But I moved these four back a bit so that there would be other.
And I think we're waiting on one of the EGBKs as well.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, that's there we go. Can we do a mic check, please? Mic 7. Go ahead, Diana.
Okay. Mic 7, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic 8, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic 9, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic 11, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic 12, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic 13, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic 14, check 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic 15, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, if you had to lean into your microphone, then you need to step forward. And you'll want to give you the opportunity. The volume. I think we're still waiting on that. So let's check sound here. Courtney, will you
Good morning, and welcome to the Kinser Jazz Festival. To start us out this morning, it's Vocal Jazz 2 from Evanston High School under the direction of Heather Blackwell. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we're so glad you're here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy Vocal Jazz 2.
Good morning. We're going to start this morning with a tune called Bluesin' Around by Tom McAvee. We're featuring 2 soloists, Savannah Hatch on mic 9 and Chloe Shoup on mic 13. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4.
you got something cool, something cool, something can play the game like different rules. I'm not debating anyone knows. I'm only saying that's the way that it goes. The more I make you ready, baby, the more I feel my loving breeze. I'm building all my dreams around you. Our happiness will never cease. 'Cause I'm motivated now to I'll take you all my sentences. It's real hard, but late at night, and even if you wanna see them all night, 'cause they can get you in the groove, or can bring it down to hold it just through. So sing my beautiful letter, just moving around. Easy day,
Sunny road.
it's where it's heaven, I used to say. There's always singing on the line. Take the song and put it to play. So sing my beautiful letter, just cruising around. Take those blues.
Our second tune this morning is a piece called So Nice, originally by Marcus Valle, arranged by Steve Segree. And again, we have four soloists: Jocelyn Johnson, Mike 7, Diana Davis, Jocelyn Johnson, Mike 8, Diana Davis, Mike 7, Matt Curtis, Mike 14, and Hadley Blackwell, Mike 15.
Someone to hold me tight, that would be very nice. Someone to love me right, that would be very nice.
Someone to understand each little dream in me. Someone to take my hand to be a team with me.
So nice, that would be so nice. If one day I thought someone who would take my hand and someone who life with me. Someone to think of me, stay with me right or wrong. Someone to sing to me some little song of songs.
Someone to take my heart and give her all to me. Someone who's ready to give love a start to me.
Oh yes, that would be so nice. Should it be you and me, I could see it would be nice.
to give up a start with me.
Oh yes, that would be so nice. Should it be you and me, I can see it would be nice. Should it be you and me, I can see it would be nice.
We're gonna finish our set with a Billy Strayhorn tune called Take the A Train, arranged by Curtis Shaw.
All aboard, all aboard. You must take the A train to go to Sugarhill, up in Harlem. And if you miss the A train, you'll find yourself taken straight to Harlem. Hurry, get on now, it's coming. Listen to those bells a-humming. Aboard, get on the A train, better not miss it. Soon you will be in Sugarhill in Harlem. Now it's coming. Listen to those bells a-humming. Aboard, get on the A train, better not miss it. Soon you'll be at Sugarhill in Harlem.
While we're on stage, and then another clinician is going to work with you. So, don't know if they're picking me up or not. So, I want to start with the opener, the bluesing around. So let's take a look at that. I wanted to ask you guys, have you listened to a lot of blues, or who are some of the artists that you listen to in your own time, or do you have someone? And if you don't, it's okay. I just didn't know, when you listen to music that's bluesy, do you have a certain artist or a certain group that you like to listen to?
What's the lady's name?
Hello.
She's not really blues, but yes.
We kind of just listen to her.
Well, there's different kinds of blues. There's a B.B. King blues, where it's really down and dirty. And then there's a blues like this, which is a little more jazzier. It has more complicated chord changes, and but they still have kind of like the same stylistic things. And that's what I'm after, is the style that I want to maybe make some suggestions. And your teacher's very knowledgeable, so everything I tell you, you've probably already heard. So could we start the bluesing around and just maybe sing a little bit of it for me, and then I'll stop you and talk about a few things.
Some say the blues can bring you down. I aim to sing them, you will always be blue.
Okay, let's stop. All right. Now, one of the stylistic things you want to think about is when you have 2/8 notes and then a rest after them. The music doesn't say this, but you know from listening that second 8th note is short. So do da, not do da. So if you can just remember that rule, that when you have 2/8 notes, I think when I see 2/8 notes in a swing, it's do da, do da. Can you say that? Do da. Now that's just my syllables. A lot of people have other syllables, but the first 8th note is a legato long 8th note, and the second one is clipped. And what that does, it gives your melody a lot of pop and a lot of energy on just the rhythm. And when you have a bunch of 8th notes moving in a row, like the last measure you sang, where it says, I can't see it, sing them, you will always be cool. So you're thinking triplets. So I think when I hear you sing, you can have more energy, more drive in your 8th notes. If you kind of sing them straighter, and a lot of jazz artists will play straight on their solos and things, so there's subjectivity here. But usually when you're playing in an ensemble and you're trying to line up your 8th notes, you're thinking triplets, do, ba, do, ba, do, ba, do, ba, do, do, do. So I'm thinking triplets, and the slower the speed, the more easier you can hear the triplets. So do, ba, do, ba, do, ba, do, ba, do, ba, do, da. So if I'm looking at the measure, just saying, seeing them, you will always be cool. So do ba do ba do ba do da. So, and what makes something swing is the accent, do ba do ba do ba do da. So you could maybe work on accenting some of the notes so you have more of a push on the rhythm. Because if you go da 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 dee da da da, you see it doesn't have a lot. Do ba do ba do ba do da. And how much you do of that, and how you all work it out where we're all doing the same amount, is what you do in rehearsal with your teacher, and she'll make suggestions to you. So could we sing this opening line again, and see if you can put a little more energy into the 8th notes, and get them to swing, because you're singing. Some say the rules, I think some of the words say like swing real hard. I saw that in one of your texts, swing hard. Well, that's what I'm asking you to do, is swing harder and have more of a triplet feel. So now at the beginning, you've got the fortissimo. So you want to really nail those first 8 bars, and then you want a lot of dynamic change at that first chorus where you come in with the melody. So, you breathe deeply and get a lot of support, but don't push it so much that you lose control. But you want to kind of get us really, wow us on that first part with the rhythm and the volume and so you try it again, would you, at the beginning.
Some say the best rain will come. I to sing them to a lot of people. They sing real high, way back nice, and even make you wanna sing them all night. 'Cause they can't get tired in the groove. Or can bring it down, but always us do. So sing a verse with no better, just blues it all round.
Good, that's better. I think you could do more of the, making the note a little shorter on the second eighth note. Ba-do-do-da, ba-do-do-da, ba-do-do-do, ba-do-ba-do-ba-do-ba. Now, I'm not a singer. Of course, you can tell that. But I hear what I want you guys to do with the rhythm. I want that drive. Do 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 ba do ba do da. Now they don't write this in your music, so you don't know to do it unless you're modeling someone singing this. In the measure where it goes ba 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 do ba do ba do ba do da ba do ba do ba do ba do da. So feel free to. In other words, you guys just seem a little too relaxed. I mean, it's it's I want you to really show me the rhythm and give me some accents and go for it, And I'm not asking you to sing louder at this first chorus, but just to give more energy. Can I hear the rhythm section play maybe at A? So let's see what you guys do. So I'll work with you guys just a little bit. The balance, the piano is kind of taking a lot of command here. And so you might want to back off on your comping just a little bit. I know they probably need those pitches, but if I would balance the rhythm section 2 minutes, I would maybe have you play a little softer and maybe have you guys play a little louder. And when you're playing your bass, if you could commit more, like you'll pluck the string harder to give it a more accented. Could you maybe play your bass line that you're playing at A? Just go ahead and play. Okay, that's good. So if you can pluck harder and make the notes sustain, do 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 do, like that. So you're accenting too. Could you try? And what I'm asking you to do is hard because you've got to move your fingers, and when you lift one up, then the sound will die. So you've got to hold down one finger to the other one gets to the note, so you have a sustain. Try it one more time. Well, maybe the drummer could play with you. 1, 2, ready. Okay, good. Now, what you might want to do is feel free to enhance what you're doing there by every couple measures. You could change something like do a little copy rhythm or do a different rhythm. So, in other words, you don't want to set up one rhythm and just play that the whole time. You want it to constantly be trying to create something spontaneous and interesting for us because when you set up that rhythm, if it never changes, then we can predict it. And as you're comping chords, you're comping really well, but are you, when you're playing those rhythms, are they all written out? Or are you coming up the rhythms on your own? Oh, that's really good. So what you might want to do is have some more variety in your comping rhythms. because those can kind of become predictable too. So you want to just keep us where we're guessing at what you're doing, and then that makes it more interesting. Oh, it's time. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I enjoyed your performance very much. How about a hand for you?
Good morning, and welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Our next group is Encore Vocal Jazz from Kelly Walsh High School, under the direction of Katrina Rooney. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you are here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy Encore.
Because we have 17 people, you guys said you don't have 16. We use those two. Yeah. Okay, so shift down. Shift down. Okay, there we go. Anna, over. Oh, there we go, sorry. morning, this is Kelly Walsh, Encore Vocal Jazz. We're going to start off this morning with Say It Like You Mean It, arranged by Dave Bardoon. It is a Sarah Gazarek tune, and you'll have solos. First solo is going to be on number 12, and second solo is going to be on number 5. Hold on. 2, 5.
Listening to your words that I'm not hearing, the great things that I think you're trying to say. The way you pull my eyes is so endearing. If only we're out of your way.
I'm not trying to make this complicated. In fact, we both have something we can gain. I've got some thoughts, but don't feel obligated. I'll assume I've got permission to explain. Let's be sweetly, surely, recklessly honest. Whisper things you're scared to say too loud. Every phrase is like a solemn promise.
You find me when cliches are not allowed.
Love might be here forever, but we're just here today. So say it.
Say it
Like you mean it,
like you mean it.
is what I mean to say. I imagine this is all a little daunting. Oh, but trust me, it's a tried and true technique.
I'll never leave you guessing what I'm wanting. I'll just suggest it right before you speak.
Let's be sweetly, surely, recklessly honest. Whisper things you're scared to say loud. Every phrase is like a solemn promise.
You find me when cliches are not allowed.
Love might be here forever, but we're just here today. So say it,
Say it
like you mean it,
like you mean it.
is what I mean to say. The moment that I believe you and know that you're sincere, everything you're saying will be what I long to hear, to hear. Let's be sweetly, surely, recklessly honest. Whisper things you're scared to say loud. Every phrase is like a solemn promise.
Find your way, cliches are not allowed.
Love might be here forever, but we're just here today.
So say it
So say it,
like you mean it.
like you mean it. So say it, is what I mean to say. To say. To
Thank you. On our solos, we have Mr. Sam Orr, we had Maddie Siebert, and on the keyboard, we had Mead Stetson. Can you please give them a round of applause? We have one more tune for you. This is arranged by Carrie Marsh. This is Holocene. This is going to feature our piano player, Mr. Mead Stetson, throughout the piece. Holocene.
Wanted friend is on its head, it struck the street. You're in Milwaukee off your feet. And then once I knew I was not magnificent. Straight off the highway, Johnny Vegas thick with lies. And I can see for miles, miles, miles. Third leg, it burns away the hallway. It's where we learn to celebrate. Automatic bought the years you taught for me. The night you played me liberate. Not the needle, not the thread, the lost degree. Say nothing, that's enough for me. And at once I knew I was not magnificent. Wow, 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 wow. All far from the highway. Johnny Vegas thick with lies. I could see for miles, miles, miles. Christmas night, it clutched the light, the hollow bright. Above my brother, I entangled spikes. We smoked the screen to make it what it was to be. Not to know it in my memory. Once I knew I was not magnificent.
morning, encore. Beautiful performance. Hello?
Good morning.
Thank you. Okay, there we are. They sounded wonderful. Great job. Hi, my name is Dr. Eric Richards. I'm the Director of Jazz Studies and Winds at Sheridan College. You guys really sound great. Holocene is maybe the most sophisticated and beautiful vocal jazz performance from a high school choir I have heard in maybe ever, but definitely in a long time. So, bravi to all involved. That must have taken so much time to get that balance and blend so nice on all those chords. And as I know you would know, because you were in the trenches, they're crunchy and beautiful. And that just takes a lot of work, and your commitment to the music is noted. You guys all sound wonderful. Everything that I mentioned is just fine tuning. The blend is good. The blend, the approach was good. A couple of fine tuning comments. The lesser of them is, and this is rare that I don't think I've ever had to say this to a high school vocal jazz choir. Gentlemen, sometimes you get a little hot in the mix. Usually you're always asking the guys to sing louder, but that could have just been a function of jumping on stage and not having enough time to sound check. But there were a number of places where, especially when it got into 4 and 5 parts, and I think it might have been baritones, I'm not sure, I don't want to get anybody in too much trouble, but I know it was guys in general, was getting a little hot, so be sensitive to that. I mean, this is something that's sounding excellent. These are just minor things that you can do to take it to the next level. Fair enough? Now, the other consistent issue that I think we can work on is time, the sense of internal time. And I noticed it primarily with entrances and releases, that once the note got going, it generally sounded wonderful, but you could hear if there were certain moments of lack of focus. So like on Holocene, this may be annoying, but it would improve the time. Do you practice with any kind of metronome or groove? Because I think that would take this right across the finish line. I mean, you are 9 laps out of a 10-lap race, and to just finish that 10th lap, we need to get the internal time, everybody committed and locked in. So I guess on Holocene, what's the internal pulse? What's it about? Is it about quarter notes, 8 notes? What do we all need to be thinking about on that tune? What rhythmic value? Well, quarter notes are always good, but I would, okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, fair enough, but I would say that it's because this tune is, I'm giving you a hint here. What do we need to be thinking about? E and a, E and a, E. Come on, what is it? 16th notes, right? There's an underlying 16th note pulse. There are a couple of rubato moments, but underneath this all, underneath it, every texture, there's that, and we all need to be thinking about that at all times. So I know this would be a drag, but on the other hand, I know it would help. If you could come up with, we don't have a drummer, do we? No, okay. Well, that's okay. If you could set up some sort of, one of you music tech people, if you could set up some sort of groove, what would be perfect is if we could get, this wouldn't be too intrusive, if we got a hi-hat pulse, not a hi-hat, cabasa, I'm sorry, a cabasa doing 8th and 2/16, and maybe an occasional group of 4/16 to be our groove track to practice with. So, and everybody should practice that individually. I think you would see a lot of these time problems, not problems, but these little moments of lack of focus go away. And I'll tell you where it's really critical, and I'm sure you've already talked about this. It's when you have to come in on an entrance, like a 16th note on the end of 4, or the last 16th of 4. Like, well, it's even more impressive. You're performing this music from memory. But then you remember, like a case in point would be, actually, this arrangement, this music has a lot of 16th note pickups. 1, 2, and 3, da-da. You know what I mean? So, just for fun, we have plenty of time. Just for fun, let's try this from the top, and I'm gonna annoyingly imitate a kielbasa. And I'll also tap, and you guys have to be part of this by agreeing that we're all gonna internalize that 16th note. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Piano. Little louder. 1, 2, Right, okay. See, I'm getting tired of being kielbasa, but you get the idea. You get the idea, right? But in both of those, and maybe you guys are just being a little shy, and that's fine. No, all of it. But those are two great examples of those 16th note pickups. They could be together. And that sense of internal time, just before we leave this discussion, that sense of internal time also applies to releases. Generally, your releases are great, except when they weren't, right? Okay, so really good. I'm amazed with these cluster voicings that you guys pulled off. That is so hard to do with professionals, and you guys sounded professional there, so bravo. Great. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, let's talk a little bit about say it like you mean it. How many, I can say this because it says it on the score, how many gals are on that unison line in the beginning? Raise your hand if you're singing that unison line. Okay, great job. If this is a great job. You sounded good, but again, I felt and again, it could have been just the festival nerves or whatever. It took a little while for the rhythmic coherence to sound together. And also, you have is this how you normally stage? Is this where you normally stand? Right, which is great. I think it's great, but that kind of geographical separation makes it hard to get things together, right? So, I noticed that the group's time, no surprise, I noticed that the group's time was better when, as soon as the click stopped, the time got a little wonky. So could we try it from the top? And if you're not singing, I want you to give the snap a lot of love. If you're not singing, put a lot of energy into the snap. So those who are singing can lock into the time. Is this about where do that? From the top, I want to hear everybody really focusing on the time, and it keeps snapping the whole way. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Bar A sounded great. Why were we not committed to the thing? Ba-do-ba-da, right? Did you hear you kind of, right? I want that same kind of commitment on the pickup. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
I'm listening to your life, but I'm not hearing great things I think you're trying to say. The way you fill my eyes is so endearing. Only out of your life.
I'm not trying to make things complicated. In fact, we have something we can gain.
Everything's good. All is well. All is well. Did that feel any different to you? Be honest. Okay, I'm good. I'm glad to hear it. Now, I'm sure you've heard this before, but I think the shape of this line means that we can bring out the line shaping. What is line shaping? Who can, in your own words, what is line shaping?
Kind of like the emotion we give it and essentially how we would speak it, but singing it.
I love it, importing like a vocal inflection, speech inflection, right? And you would never want to hear anybody speak in a monotone, right? So well said. Maybe a more specific musical way of thinking about it is as the shape of a musical line goes up, Generally, not always, but generally we want to put a little more energy into it. And as it comes down, bring it down, just so we can get that beautiful set vocal inflection. This tune is all about that. There's that built-in, a friend of mine used to call it the topography of the line, like a map, the lay of the land. So that's another little detail you guys could bring out with that. Every time it happens. Could we take it right to the pick up C piano? Could I have a C? The note C?
Just give their starting right at the top, but that's the
Thank you. That's exactly what we need. Thank you. All right, so let's do the pickups to A. I'm Liz, right? Gals, we're good. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, come.
Listen to your the brave things that I think you're trying to say. The way you hold my eyes is so endearing. If only we're out of your way.
I'm not trying to make this complicated. In fact, we both have something we can gain. I've got some thoughts, but don't feel obligated. I'll assume I got permission to explain.
All right, all part.
Let's be sweetly, surely, recklessly honest.
Whispering to scared to stay
Very
fly.
good. I love your ensemble sound. Beautifully balanced, good pitch. It seems like many of us want to do "Let's be sweetly." Da, da. Is that what we're going to do or not? Yeah. Okay, because we're getting maybe like 3/4 commitment. So if we're going to commit to that kind of crescendo pulse type effect, we need to all buy into it. And music happens from the bottom up, from the inside out. So the low notes and the inner parts of the voicings, you guys are going to drive that. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen from you. Could we take it, would that be too wacky? Could we take it from the pickups to letter C? Could we have that, it's a B flat 13 chord, A flat C, D, E, G. Everybody good? You got your note going into letter C?
Yeah, they got it.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, everybody committed? Here we go. 1, 2, here we go.
Let's be sweetly, surely, recklessly honest. Whispering to
That sounds good, but I'd give that in terms of effect, I'd give that 6 out of 10. Can we go for 8 out of 10? Can we try it one more time? 1, bench squat, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Let's be sweetly, surely, recklessly honest. Whisper things you're scared to say loud. Every phrase is like a solemn promise.
Defining clear cliches are not allowed.
Love might be forever, but we're just here today. So say it, like you mean it.
Like you mean it.
It's what I need to say.
Okay, good. Another little minor detail is I think we could punch that back and forth eighth, those back and forth eighth notes. We could punch the first one. So we say it, that, a little more. It's a little monotonous there. Okay, good. Again, you guys sound right. The one before we'll probably run out of time here. Yeah. The last thing I would say, again, this is just polishing up something that sounds already wonderful. It was especially noticeable on Holocene. You guys were doing a lot of 2-bar phrasing and breathing inside, and the music is generally unfolding in 4-bar phrases. So I'm wondering if you can look for places. I'll bet you can find places where you can sustain a 4-bar phrase without having to sing 2 bars, breathe, 2 more bars, breathe. It just makes the flow of the musical sentence a little more fun to hear and fun to perform. Again, you guys are wonderful. It was an absolute pleasure to hear you, and I hope you have a great time here at the festival. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job. They really sound good.
Thank you, guys.
Good morning, and welcome to the Kinser Jazz Festival. Our next group is the Centennial Junior High's Jazz Band, under the direction of Kara Summers. For those of you joining us here today, we're so glad that you're here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy Centennial Junior High's Jazz Band.
Hi, band. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Great. I'm David Von Campen from University of Nebraska in Lincoln. Really excited to hear you play this morning. Nice job. So we're junior high.
Yeah.
What grade does that mean for you?
Eighth and seventh.
8th and 7th. Everybody?
Almost.
Way of knowing when you're gonna do your releases on those half notes. Da 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 da. Are you releasing on 3 or 4? You know what? You probably.
This is 2 on it.
Right. Right. Well, I just noticed that on the releases.
This might apply to you.
And I gosh, you got this memorized, which is great. But I'm looking at the music, and you've got a 6.
There we go. All right. I don't know if I'm on or not, but let's talk. I'm not either. So who, our only ringer is at piano? Everybody else is in also. Okay, great. Great. 8th grade drummer though? Nice. Very good. Well, the rhythm section is strong, and the drummer is also strong. And you're part of the rhythm section, so that's great. Let's talk about CJ Blues. You guys play the top. I just want to hear the beginning of this again. I have some thoughts. You're really doing a really nice job. There are a lot of good things happening here. You just hum off the top? Just the very beginning. I tried to get you to change on the fly. I should have just stopped you. I wanted to go to the second inning, so can we start at 17, 1-7? Cool? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Was actually happening, and it is. So good things and some things that we can talk about a little bit here. First of all, the sound of the band is really nice. You're all playing out. I'm hearing all the parts. The balance is strong. So often with young groups, certain parts just get completely buried, or there'll be like a handful of players who are just like crazy out of tune, and that is not happening here. Like everybody is pulling their own weight, which is really terrific. I do think we can lay back a little more on some of these rhythms. Have you heard that phrase before, lay back? What does that mean? Say again? Like volume-wise? Yeah, maybe. Usually when I talk about laying back, or when I hear people say lay back, that means play everything a little bit behind, as opposed to like rushing forward. So if you think about like playing perfectly in tempo, that's good. You can rush the tempo and go too fast, which is bad. You can drag the tempo like badly, which is also a bad thing. But somewhere in between playing way too slow and playing perfectly in time is the place that I call laying back. And that's where you're just a little bit behind in a cool way. So if I go, let me see if I can demonstrate this and do this rhythm in like perfect time without laying back. 1, 2, 3. Da-da, 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 da-da. You feel how it's a little bit too like proper and precise? Now if I go, you hear that last note was just a little bit too late, but it felt kind of good. That, to me, that's what laying back means. Can you try to play it that way? Let's just, everybody play the main riff. You don't need to look at your charts, right? You know how this goes. Everybody just play that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Quarter note that holds out. Don't just sort of hold it out and guess. Feel the 3 notes that fit into it. So if you were singing this, or I suppose you could do it on your horn too. You go Can you just sing that with me? 1, 2, 3. When you add those other 3 notes in there, then you kind of have to put the last one back a little bit because it just sort of naturally drags back. That would be a great way to think about this. So as we went through this chart, we kind of picked up speed and we started to rush a little bit. And some of that was coming from the drums, although you locked it down pretty good for quite a while. You hung in there. And then as the horns started to push, you started to kind of like follow them and speed up. So the whole rhythm section, but especially the student musician, make sure that you are keeping them honest, right? So if you hear them start to rush, don't join them in rushing. You tell them with your playing, slow down, guys. The drummer might tell you to slow down by the way he plays. And you guys need to be listening enough to recognize when he sends you that message, okay? Yeah. Let's go to, where's the first improv happen? Who solos first?
Sam.
Can we start at 30 with your solo? Everybody just playing normally, whatever you do at 30, do it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry. You can't, yeah. So technically your solo starts at 30, but the form starts at 29. So let's start at 29. And you guys don't have to play your first long note, but we'll just start at 29 with the solo. 1, 2, 1, Thanks for doing a solo. That's great. Do you ever improvise in this section, or do you just always play what's written there? That's okay. I'm just curious. Did anyone else who took a solo improvise, or were you all reading like a notated part? Who actually improvised and made it up on the spot? We're all just reading the part. Totally fine. That's a good way to learn how to do this kind of thing, because these written out parts are like good little easy solos. And so by learning them and playing them, you're sort of like taking in that vocabulary so that hopefully at some point in the future, you'll be on a tune like this and you'll say to yourself, well, I can make something up that kind of sounds like that solo that I learned and played that one time. So it's good to try improvising. It's also good to read what they've given you. I think there's also something kind of halfway in between those two things, which would be reading the solo they've written out for you, but like changing it in some small ways. So as I look at what you just played at 29, maybe you mess with the rhythm a little bit. Maybe you hold that first note longer and then play the other notes fast to catch up. 1, 2, same notes, right? But you kind of like messed with it a little bit, you kind of made it your own. That's an important part of jazz. We see this with, I direct a jazz choir, so I deal with singers a lot. And especially with singers, we talk about this because they have to sing lyrics and they have to follow melodies that exist. They can't just improvise everything all the time the way some instrumentalists do. And so we talk a lot about finding ways to sing things with like phrasing decisions and making things your own. You guys can do that too. Anytime you have like a notated solo like that, it's okay to learn that solo, but it's also great to kind of twist it and do something different with it. Because once we get to a solo section, no one is really judging your ability to play the notes on the page anymore. We're kind of listening for your ability to like express yourself. And you can definitely do that with a notated solo by doing those things and kind of making it your own. You can also feel free to take some of it and leave the rest. Maybe you play the first 2 bars as written, and then you improvise 2 bars, and then you go back to it for 2 bars. Any of these options are good. And I would encourage you to do that. A tune like this is great to practice improvising on because the notes of the blues scale, which you might be familiar with, sound good with all these chords. You don't really have to worry about when the chords change and what notes sound good with the chords because they all sound good with the chords. But that's great. Can we quickly look at Moon River? Let's just start at the top. Like that. Here we go. From the beginning. 1, 2, 3. So this is a little thing, but it's a big thing. I feel like, and through this whole tune, I kind of felt like we were kind of all punctuating every note, not punctuating like playing it short, but it's kind of like if the notes are all sitting here and you were going along and playing it, you kind of like hopped on each note, boom, 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 boom. What I want you to think about is like driving through the notes. Like if these are the note heads and they're like 3D eggs, right? You're not like bouncing on top of each note. You're like driving through the middle of them. It doesn't mean you have to like literally slur. I'm not a horn player. So the way you actually decide to like slur and tongue is up to you in your sections and your director. But what I just want to hear is like connectedness. Can you play it more legato and more smooth? If we do those first 3 bars like that, connect these notes and draw a line through the gesture. Beginning, 1, 2, 3. That felt better to me. I think we could also do more like starting quieter and getting louder. Like I thought you started at a pretty good dynamic and then it got a little bit louder, but not that much louder. I felt a better increase from just like the orchestration of the chart and the chords getting larger than I did feel like you guys were making that happen with your playing. Can you sort of follow the expanding orchestration over these 3 bars and make it feel a lot bigger at the end of the 3rd bar than it did at the beginning? Last time. 1, 2, 3. I don't think you gave yourself enough room. We started a little too loud. Play this first attack strong but quiet, and then quickly grow. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Good. So now the challenge is to combine that kind of vertical stuff with the horizontal stuff and make it feel like it's smooth and also growing at the same time. This is a really like symphonic texture to my ears. This doesn't feel like a jazz band chart at first, so I think it's totally appropriate to make like a big deal out of this swell. Pretend you've got like timpani and harps and stuff behind you. That's what this music reminds me of. Last thing, 17 with is this a solo or 2 playing?
Solo.
Just you? Great, let's do it. 17. Pick up to 17. I'll give you 1, 2, and then you're in. 1, 2. The more smooth you can make it, the more connected you can get those notes together, the better. And then other saxes and trombones, you've got this line behind the lead melody. So we want that to be smooth and pretty quiet because you're not the main thing at that point. The solo is still the main thing. Last time, 17, everybody as smooth as you can play. Smooth and beautiful and fluid. 1, 2. Journey to develop like the sensitivity in your playing and the strength of your playing. We think sometimes of quiet music as being like wimpy, but that's not it at all. Quiet has got to be even stronger than loud music because you can't play loud without being strong. But you can play quiet and be weak, right? So the challenge is to play quietly with a ton of power behind it. Quiet power. That's what we should say instead of piano. Don't say piano, don't say soft. Say it's either loud or it's medium, or it's quiet power. Keep playing, you guys. The band sounds great. You're off to a great start. I really enjoyed hearing you this morning. Let's clap for them. Really nice. Great job. Thanks for playing with us.
Good morning and welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Our next group is Evanston High School's Vocal Jazz 1 under the direction of Heather Blackwell. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so excited to have you here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between your parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy Evanston High School's Vocal Jazz 1.
All right, we're going to begin this morning with a great jazz standard, All or Nothing at All by Jack Lawrence and Arthur Altman, arranged by Kirby Shaw.
All or nothing at all. Half a love never appealed to me. And if your heart never could yield to me, then I'd rather have nothing at all. Or nothing at all. And if it's love, there is no in between. Why begin then cry for something that might have been? No, I'd rather have nothing at all.
Please don't bring your lips so close to my cheeks. No, no, no. Arms around me, love me, beyond me, the look in your eyes, the touch of your hand makes me weak. And my heart goes wild. Make my life I would be caught in the undertow. So you see, I've got to say no, no, no. Please don't put your lips so close to my cheek. No, no, no. I'll be lost beyond the look in your eyes, the touch of your hand makes me weak. And my heart goes wild. I fell under the spell of your love. I would be caught in the undertow. So you see, I have to say no, no, no.
Manny Seapost on mic 3, Aiden McGuire on 7, Riley Obart on 8, Sophie Callis on 6, Andrew Munoz on 10, and Ali Sawyer, did I get you already? On 4. Okay. Thank you.
Say a little prayer, say a little prayer, say a little prayer for you. Say a little prayer, say a little prayer, say a little prayer for you. The moment I wake up, before I put on my makeup, I say a little prayer for you. While combing my hair now, and wondering what dress to wear now, I say a little prayer for you. Forever, forever, say in my heart and I will love you. Forever, forever, never will I know how I love you. Together, together, how it must be to live without you. Only the heartbreak, only the heartbreak, only the heartbreak for me. I run for the musty. While riding, I think of us here. Say a little prayer for you. At work, I just take time. All through my coffee break time. Say a little prayer for you. Forever, forever, say in my heart and I will love you. Forever, forever, never will I know how I love you. Together, together, that's how it must be to live without you. Only the heartbreak, only the heartbreak for me. Say a little prayer, say a little prayer, say a little prayer for you. Say a little prayer, say a little prayer, say a little prayer for you. Say a little prayer, say a little prayer, say a prayer for you. Say a little prayer, say a little prayer, for me there is no one. There is no one but
We're going to finish our set this morning with Bridge Over Troubled Water, arranged by Kirby Shaw.
I'll be your bridge over troubled water. When you're down, I will carry you like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. When you're weary, feeling small, the tears are in your eyes. I will dry them all. I'm on your side. Go inside the road. And friends just can't be well. Like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down by the bridge over troubled water. When you're down and out, you're on the streets by the evening falls so warm. I will come, I'll take your heart. Oh, when darkness comes, it is all like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I'll be your bridge over troubled water. When you're down, I will carry you like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me silver girl, sail on the time has come to shine. See how they shine. If you ever need a friend, I'll be your bridge over troubled water. When you're down, I will carry you like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down.
seems like I just saw you a little while ago, but it's a different group. So you have two groups here, and is this the more advanced group, would you say, or? So is this vocal one? Okay, okay. Well, I enjoyed your performance. My name is Tracy Heather. I'm the Director of Jazz Studies at the University of South Alabama. And I want to give you a couple suggestions to help you. I thought you did really a great job today. And but there's a couple things we could talk about. I wanted to work with you a little bit on say a little prayer. There was so much going on, to be honest, I can't remember exactly what happened, so I may have you sing a little bit for me to remind me. But I did wanted to hear the rhythm section play at the beginning. And I want you to think about the tempo that you're establishing for these pieces, because they're kind of long, and it's easy for the tempo to change throughout the piece, either faster or slower, depending on who's singing and then who enters and what the piece is doing. So you kind of have to keep that in mind. And do you use any type of metronome or anything with, how do you set that up? Do you?
Yeah, we check with metronome frequently.
Yeah. Do you ever sing with the metronome running in the rehearsal where it's clicking on?
Some.
That might be, that's something I do even with really good groups, because we're human, so our time is not perfect. Everybody's is not perfect. So it's one of those things where you don't know how bad it is until you turn a metronome on and you can't stay with it. Or I didn't realize that we're speeding up or slowing down on this section. So that was one of the issues that I think we could work on. And it has to do with what you do as individuals on your own time. Do you guys ever practice with the metronome, or you sing with it, and or is it something you do once in a while? I would suggest doing that a lot, because I know in my own playing that was an issue I had, and it really helped me to overcome that. So, but anyway, let's have the rhythm section play at the beginning. And do you want to count them off? And so I'll have the right tempo. Okay, now I want to tell you guys something. When you hear counting off, make sure that you feel the beat, because right away I think you were faster, quite a bit faster than she counted you off. So, and for everybody, instrumentalists are sometimes bad about this too, is the director's up there going, and they're not paying attention. And then when it's time to come in, the first measure or two is not the right speed, and then measure 3 or 4 they get back on. So really pay attention, so that first beat is really where it is. Now, are you, I didn't really hear, are you counting it off with your vocally? Are you giving the beats, or what did you just do?
Vocally, and then I also do.
Yeah, I think maybe for this type of song, maybe if you could give them more of a vocal, I mean, it's fine to conduct it, but they're probably looking for something that's more of a click, so they can feel it. And I think that would help. So try it again and see. Now, guys, lock in on that. And do you know about how many beat measures you give them ahead of time?
Usually 2, but it just depends.
Yeah. Well, you know, and sometimes I'll give a group more than I think they need, because it's better to be too much than too little. So listen again. Give them two measures. Yeah, feel it.
2, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4.
Much better. Okay, I just have a comment for the bass player. Where you have the da 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 da. If you can be more aggressive there, it's a relaxed song, but there are certain sections that you need to really provide a lot of excitement. So pull the strings harder and provide more. It's not when you're doing the two feel, but it's when you've got the moving lines. And you need to bring that out more because that's actually exciting, you know. Now, the problem is that's probably the hardest part to play. And so sometimes the bass players, I don't want to play that loud because if I don't play it right, everybody will hear it. So you just have to be aggressive. Can we go one more time? 2 minutes already? Oh my gosh. Well, let's have you guys, let's start at the beginning and have you guys sing.
Say a little prayer, say a little prayer, say a little prayer for you. Say a little prayer, say a little prayer, say a little prayer for you. Moment to wake up before I put on my makeup. I'll say a little prayer for you. While combing my hair now and wondering what dress to wear now.
Okay, can we stop here just for a second? This was one of the areas that I noticed, and it happens several times where there are soloists, and the times kind of suspend, you know, where they're not providing that eighth note division. You can have a tendency to slow down, and if you're aware of that, you can say, oh, here's that spot we always slow down, and push it there in your mind. You're aware of that. But when the rhythm section is dropping out, you've got to feel that inside. And what is happening when between soloists, it's dragging a little, and then the entrances are not quite as accurate as they could be. And so, in solos, when you, who were the two solos that just sang? It was, yeah, I think you guys could be more aggressive with your, I know you're mic'd and everything, but sometimes singers, they almost, you guys aren't doing this, but some singers play the mic like it's an instrument. You know, they will use the mic to make up for a more air support or something like that. So I would be, this is my solo, and I'm going to really let loose on it. You know, be more confident. And it's not so much it's louder, but it is. But it's not so much louder, but it's a show of confidence, and that you are sure of exactly what you're doing. So I think I'm probably out of time. But thank you for letting me work with you. Let's give a hand.
Good morning. Welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Our next group is Clear Creek Middle School's Bandit Big Band under the direction of Miss Bennett. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we're so excited to have you here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy Clear Creek Middle School's Bandit Big Band.
So our first piece for you is going to be Mr. PC. They are playing the head twice and then doing quite a few solos. So I'm going to tell you who all the soloists are. We rehearse once a week at 6:45 in the morning, and they do it just because we love music and we love jazz. And we're not super cheery at 6:45, but they're super fun and we have a really good time. So all of the soloists on this are Abel on trombone, Rakias playing flute, Dublin on alto saxophone, Samuel on alto saxophone, Karma on the vibes, Lucas on the vibes, Lacey on tenor saxophone, Sienna on flute, and Leah on the clarinet, and Jackson and Claire will be trading twos on piano and drum set. This is Mr. PC.
Good morning, Clear Creek Middle School Bearcat Big Band. Good job. Hi guys, I'm Doc Richards from Sheridan College Music. I'm Bennett. Good to see you. All right, so how's everybody doing today? Good. I'll tell you, one of the really cool things about Mr. PC is to see so many people that wanted to get up and play solo. That's a good, healthy vibe there. That's really good. So now I'm wondering what we could do to maybe take that to the next level. So if everybody looks at Mr. PC, how many measures long is Mr. PC? If it's a musical paragraph, you got 3 lines of how many measures? 12 bars, 3 times 4, right? Fair enough? Okay, that's a really common structure that we see in jazz. It's called a 12-bar blues, and this one's in a minor, which has a minor key, which gives it that cool kind of, smoky sound. So I'm wondering if we could, now when you guys were improvising, were you pretty much just staying on the C minor chord? Okay, so our next step, that's cool. Our next step is to start getting to the chord changes. So that's probably outside the scope of what we can do in a few minutes, but that would be the next thing I encourage you to take a look at. And I want to talk to my friends in the rhythm section here, and maybe we can start getting that working a little bit. One of the things I've been talking about lately is there's a really cool piece of software. I'm not making any money from it, but I just think it's a lot of fun, and it's fairly cheap. It's called iReal Pro, and it's only $20. And basically, it's a rhythm section on your phone, and you can plug it into speakers, and Mr. PC is in there, so you could instantly you could have some fun kind of actually playing through the chord changes of a blues, minor blues. So that's something you could use in class, or you could download. It works for phones, any phones and tablets and stuff. So it's something, you might put on your parent birthday list or something. It's a lot of fun to play. All right, so give me a second to talk to my friends in the rhythm section, then we'll come back and talk about Don't Stop Believing. I love the band vocal, by the way. Nice touch, really. Okay, so rhythm section. Good job on the drums. One thing I wanted to encourage you to do is you don't have to hit 2 and 4 on the snare in every measure. You can feel free to kind of comment on things there. Show the work, all right? Comment on things, right? And all of that energy that you're putting into the snare on 2 and 4 should really be on the hi-hat, because that's our metronome. 1, 2. In fact, it even has its own special term in jazz called the backbeat. So I want you to try 2 things for me. Can you just give me that? I'm going to count you off, and can you just give me that hi-hat, pedal hi-hat on 2 and 4? Ready? Okay, well, whoever played on Mr. PC. Okay, so all that stuff I was telling him now applies to you, all right? So just give me the hi-hat on 2 and 4. 1, 2, just the hi-hat. 1, 2, a 1, 2 with the pedal, with your foot on the pedal. Oh, do you know that's called the hi-hat? Okay, 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, Cool. You got the idea, except instead of using the stick, we're going to use only the pedal. 1, 2, oh, okay, go ahead and get it adjusted. There you go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Perfect. Outstanding. Good. And the cool thing about that is that's what we're going to listen to. That's kind of our lighthouse of the groove. That's what we're going to focus on. Then we don't have to worry about hitting it on the snare. Now, I noticed that you had this really nice set of 8th notes going on that ride cymbal. You don't need to play all 8th notes. You can just kind of mix up a quarter note and 2 8th notes. So the standard ride pattern on a swing tune is a quarter and 2 8th notes. Ding, 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 on the right. Can you try that for me with just the ride cymbal? We're going to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Outstanding. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Hit it. Play. Let me hear you. You sound great. Come on, more. Louder. Yeah, good job, man. Now, now, I don't want to throw too much at you. You're doing great. Could we now include the hi-hat? So then we get ding, ding. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right on, right on. That is the essence of a drum, of a swing field in jazz, okay? So then that frees up your hands and also the kick drum foot to kind of react to what they're playing. So let's say, I heard all kinds of good solos. In fact, I heard one especially nice flute solo. So let's say the flute player plays, you're playing ding, ding, boom, boom. You know, it's kind of a conversation where you're reacting to what the band or the soloist play. Good job. Now, how are you doing today? You good? All right. So, can you play this for me? I just want you to play, can you play C? Okay, C? Oh, okay. All right. And while she's getting that sorted out, show me what you're doing on Mr. PC. Show me your chord. But I heard you playing some whole note chords when they play. Yeah, those guys. Yep. You know, that's nice. That's a nice voicing. Right. So, you know, one thing you could do, so you're playing this, right? Really nice. Okay, good. Now, to give it a little more depth, we could just add 2 notes over here, and I just get into it like this, right? See how that gives it a little more. And then the other issue is, what you played is nice, but we want to try to find ways to vary it. And so, actually, could I just sit down for a second? So I'm playing exactly what you played, but I'm just, instead of playing all whole notes, I'm going to vary it up a little bit. Drums, will you play with me? Okay, do we have functional bass yet? Yeah. Can you play a C for me? Now, can you play a D? And an E flat? Good. Now, can you just go up and down playing that? Outstanding. Now, just for the purposes of our little session here, just keep repeating that. Don't. Now, I want you guys just to start playing. Remember, ding, ding, a ding with a hi-hat on 2 and 4. We're going to get that pattern going on the bass, which sounds great. And then I'm just going to show you what, using pretty much the exact same thing you played, but what we want to do is try and create some variety. Okay? You guys start, and then I'll jump in. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Having some fun contributing to what's going on, and we haven't really changed anything. We're just souping it up a little bit, okay? Now, but for those of you that played solos, for what we've just been tweaking here, don't you think it'd be more fun to play over that? Does anybody want to try playing a solo over our new groove here? How about flute? Okay. All right. So let's do the same thing. We'll start building it with the bass and thank you. We'll start building it with the bass and the drums. Then we'll get that piano part in there, and then when Abel's ready, throw down. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and. Yeah. Okay, good. All right. That's already sounding really good. Good job. Now, I want to show you another little string. Can I get in? Okay, we're almost done. So if I took this whole thing and just moved it up to all white keys by one note, we'd go from this. Right? Right? Does that make sense? Okay, well that allows us to create even more variety, and we're not really changing that much. We're just moving between two voices. Okay, we're almost done. Can we try it one more time? I just want to show my friend on piano this one last thing. 1, 2, bass and drum. Yeah, but it's 2 different sounds, right? So, right? So all we've done is taken those cool whole notes you were playing and started to make it sound a little more authentic by just mapping some rhythms to it and then coming up with a second chord, which is just the sister or brother of the first chord, right? Okay. All right, good job. Well, unfortunately, I don't think we have time we're probably down to 1 minute. We're done. Okay, so I'll have to hear Don't Stop Believing again some other time, but good job, Clear Creek. Keep doing what you're doing.
Good morning and welcome to Kinser Jazz Festival. Our next group is Riverton High School's Jazz Ensemble under the direction of Stan Dolkowski. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you are here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy Riverton High School's Jazz Ensemble.
Our first tune is a trombone shorty featuring the trumpet section, as well as Ethan Forbes on trumpet and Jake Hook on trombone. This is Hurricane Season by Trombone Shorty. Our next tune will feature a little bit old for high school, but replacement pianist for today will be Mr. Kevin Tippett, and can you make sure she's up? Yeah. Featuring vocalist Abby Lipson. And Hannah Finn on alto, made famous by Billy Joel. This is Just the Way You Are.
Check 7.
Hey.
8.
To try and please me, you never let me down before. I don't imagine you're too familiar, and I don't see you anymore. In times of trouble, you never could have been smart. I took the good time, you take the bad time. I'll take you just the way you are. I need to know that you will always be the same old someone that I knew. Oh, it's easy to you believe in me the way that I believe in you. That's forever. This I promise from my heart. I love you just the way you are.
tune will be a favorite of bass players all over from the Charles Mingus Library. This is the Haitian Fight Song featuring Red Stoper on bass, Dalton Leach on trombone, Tegan Long on trumpet, Macy Lopez on bari sax, and due to eligibility issues, myself on drum set. This is our third and final tune. We are the Riverton Jazz Ensemble, and thank you for coming out. This is the Haitian Fight Song by Charles Mingus. Thank you for coming, and we are the Riverton Jazz Ensemble.
Hi guys. How's it going? Nice band, that's fun. I'm David Von Campen from the University of Nebraska. Let's talk a little bit about your tunes. How, do we have all grades here? Are you older or younger? Seniors? Juniors? Sophomores? Freshmen? Okay. Nice to meet you. That's great. Let's do hurricane season. I have some thoughts about this. Will you just count minutes at the top? Just do it just how you did. Takeaway from this, besides that it sounds really good, and everything I'm about to say is kind of nitpicky, nuancy stuff. I feel like you're playing this chart at the right dynamic level. It's loud enough. I don't want it to get louder, but it could be more intense. Does that make sense? Can you all imagine how each one of you individually on your own instrument could play this more intensely without getting any louder? Any ideas? Yeah.
Thicker pick.
Sure, absolutely. Anybody else? I don't play any of these horn instruments, so you tell me, what would you do? Sure, sharp articulations, yeah. Yeah.
Kind of make our instrument more forward or facing.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, so it's about like the attitude too, right? I think we can just be a little tighter and a little more aggressive, again, without getting any louder. And I think this starts with bass and drums. Can I hear bass and drums alone at 9? Can I count you guys in? Ready? Measure 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So can we turn the bass up louder in the end? And you can really dig in, really go for it. And drums, how would you feel about doing like a half hi-hat, where you can make the hi-hat kind of ring out a little bit, kind of a crunchy way? You know what I'm talking about? Let's try that again with you two. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's starting to feel more like what I want to hear. I don't know if that choice is something you want to do on the entire chart, or maybe you close it a little more than that, so we just get a hint of that, but not quite so much. But I would play around with that and mess around with that. Cool. All right, now let's get everybody in at 9, and I want you to do the thing you thought of before. Make it more intense, more aggressive, but not any louder. Okay? Here we go. Right on 9. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming from the rhythm section, because I really like that improvement, and I think bass can be even louder. And I could imagine like a super stacked bass amp on this, like whatever stops you can pull out. Just we want to feel that bass rumbling. The piano part here just has you playing that same rhythm, like the low middle C on a single note.
Piano player.
Gotcha. Well, whenever you have your normal pianist or however you're doing it, the piano part here is just playing the same thing as the bass, and the guitar is too, just on a single note. I would put that at octaves way down low and just have the piano like double up on what that bass is doing, and really like the lower you can make this whole thing feel, the better that's gonna get this point across, I think. It's such a fun, like grungy, aggressive chart. I think we can just play it with a lot more attitude. You guys are doing a pretty good job, and definitely with the volume. Like it's a really nice big sound from the band. That's great. I just want more of like the character that's not a dynamic issue, but it's an attitude issue. So be thinking about that. All right, here's another thing I want to talk about. Where do we go from the first solo to the second soloist?
It'd be,
57 is the beginning of the trumpet? No, trumpet goes before that. Okay, and there's like a little drum fill and some stuff at 49. So can we start back in the kind of the middle of the, was that a solo at 41? Someone soloing at 41?
Our solo player also.
Okay, so someone soloed, we have 2 different horn soloists though, right?
Yeah. Got 4 bars.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's get into that. I just want to hear that whole section happen. Can we start at 49? Is that an okay place to start? Right on 49, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't rush that. It's better to play that a little bit too slow than a little bit too fast. I think this whole thing needs to have kind of like a, again, within that kind of grungy vibe, it should lay back more than drive forward, although it certainly is driving. I thought there was a spot where we went to a totally different soloist, and maybe that was still coming, or maybe I just imagined it, but it would be cool if we could change the drum pattern at some point. I was thinking, like, the hi-hat thing sounds really great, but it would be super cool at some point when something changes, if maybe you just went to the low tom and you just went like, like some sort of kind of texture change in that feeling could be really effective. Because then when you go back to the hi-hat, then we've traveled somewhere and you've kind of brought us back to how it went at the beginning. So don't be afraid to like get away from whatever pattern you're using and really mix it up. Because your job is to like drive the band and to kind of give them information about where the chart is going. And so we can do that in a lot of ways. How am I doing? We're out of time. Guys, great job. Thank you so much. I have more comments on the tape. Hope I hear you again soon. Good dance.
Welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Our next group is Douglas High School's Hamilton Boulevard, directed by Randy Gifford. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you're here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy Douglas High School's Hamilton Boulevard.
Mic check 4.
Mic check 5.
Mic check 6.
Mic check 7.
Mic check 8.
Mic check 9.
Mic check 10.
Check 11. Check 11. Check mic 12. Check mic 12.
Check mic 13. Check mic 13.
14, Mike 14.
He sings and plays.
She's singing and playing?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Both of them.
15, Mike 15.
Yeah, hit it, Andrew.
Get my 15, Mike 15. 15.
Check mic 16. Check 16.
Check 17. Check mic 18.
Check mic 19. 19. Don't want me to check again?
We could all shuffle down so this mic's getting used, so he could have another one up there.
Michael.
Check mic 15.
Okay, thanks for having us here. Our first song is going to be, we're changing the order. So the first song is going to be Operator. And our soloists on that are going to be Lucy on mic 11, and Lexi on mic 7, and saxophone on 14, trumpet on 20, which is Andrew and Michael, and Miriam on mic 4 in that order.
Information. Give me Jesus on the line. Operator, information, please help me if you can. Operator, information, please connect me with the man. Give me a operator, information, please give me Jesus. Give me Jesus on the line. Give me Jesus on the line. Give me Jesus on the line.
The next song is an arrangement of Over the Rainbow. It's going to feature Lexi on mic 7 and Landon on mic 16. Oh, someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind. Where troubles melt like lemon drops high above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Our third song for you is called Follow Me, arranged by Carrie Marsh.
Where you are, where are you, lady, yeah, you are, lady,
Hi, guys. I'm Tracy Hebner. I'm Director of Jazz Studies at the University of South Alabama. And I came all the way to hear you sing. And I enjoyed your performance. You're very well prepared. Your director is obviously a very knowledgeable teacher, and you're fortunate to have him as your director. I'll just have a few minutes with you here, and then someone else will take you back and work with you for a full clinic. I wanted to work on a little bit of operator in the beginning, and it could be the mix we have here, but I was wanting to hear more of the lower voices in the opening. It seems like the females were lending to them. So could we maybe just do the opening introduction part before you, and we won't start at 8. Could you go ahead and start for that? Guys, you can come out a little bit more if you want to. in other words, have you listened to groups perform this?
We listened to the Manhattan Transfer one, that's the only one.
Okay, so what I would like to hear you do on that is to really let it loose, within and keep control, because you've got to really take attention away from them and put it on you for just that split second. So could we do someplace close to where she has that, and maybe run?
You've done everything.
No, that's not. Give me one.
Give me long as great. Ready to go.
Give me Lord.
That was much better. Yeah, even more if you like. So, do you feel comfortable with that? As far as good. Now, can I hear the rhythm section play at A when it goes into the time? I just wanted to have you guys check you guys one time. So.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Now, it could be this hall, but could you be a little more aggressive on your bass as far as just play out just a little more? I don't know if you can. And I didn't know do I have any time left? I'm done. Okay. I was just going to say I didn't know if you could hear the bass player, the pianist. I didn't know if you could hear the bass player clearly when you're playing your chords. It's not as tight as it could be. And that's why I was thinking maybe she was not hearing you exactly where it would be, but that could be tightened up, especially on that. But, well, thank you very much. It was a short thing.
Welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Our next group is Buffalo High School's Balladeers under the direction of Leah Hoblet. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we're so glad you are here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We'll be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy the Balladeers.
Thank you for having us. We have 3 pieces for you today. The first is Come Fly With Me, followed by Moonlight in Vermont, and we'll finish with Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing. Ooh.
Fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic views, there's a port far away. Come fly with me, let's fly away.
Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru.
Come fly away.
In Mama land, there's Mama just look for
Oh,
come fly with me, let's take off in the blue.
to get you up there, where the air is rarefied.
We'll fly and fly.
Once I get you up there,
You saw me,
you made me. Angels cheer as we're together under our eyes. It's such a lovely day. Just say the words and we'll beat the birds down to Acapulco Bay.
It's perfect for a flying honeymoon, they say.
Come fly with me, let's fly away. Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-ba-da-da. Once I get you up there, where the air is rarefied, we'll just fly. Sorry, once I get you up there, you saw me, you made me. Angels cheer 'cause we're together weather-wise. It's such a lovely day. Hey, just say the words and we'll beat the birds down to Acapulco Bay.
It's perfect for a flying honeymoon, they say. Come fly with me, come fly with me, come fly with me, let's fly away.
features 3 soloists. We first have St. Paul on mic 11, right, followed by Olivia Rhodes on mic 14, and then Gabe Cahal on 17.
A snowy morn, a summer breeze, a moonlit night filled with memories, and he's in the street, falling leaves, the sycamore. Moonlight in Vermont. I see fingers ski trails on the mountainside. Snowlight in Vermont. Telegraph cables, they sing down the highway and travel each bend in the road. People who meet in this romantic setting are so hypnotized by the lovely evening summer breeze, warming up moonlight in Vermont. And I and moonlight in Vermont. Even when the winter wind blows, I still feel the warmth in your eyes. That summer breeze through the trees, these memories. Along a smooth river filled with daydreams. Feel the sun on your face in the misty light. Every time I think of you, I think of our two hearts together. Like the mountains meet the sky and the stars meet in the moonlight. Leaves dancing over a river of gold as we sigh another starlight. Falling snow under a sycamore tree, just for you and me. Such reverie. Oh, telegraph cables, they sing down the highway and travel each bend in the road. Oh, people who meet in this romantic setting are so hypnotized by evening summer breeze, warming up meadow. Moonlight in Vermont. matter if it's you. Give it all you don't need it to what you want. Now thank God that's sweet. Don't be nothing. Don't be nothing. You got to sing all you got to do to make it. You got to sing all you got to do to make it. You got to sing all you got to do to make it. You got to sing all you got to do to make it. You got to sing all you got to do to make it. You got to sing all you got to do to make it. It doesn't matter if it's sweet. No hard, just give it everything you got. It don't mean a thing. If it got that swing, do what. Walk. Do what. It don't mean a thing. If it got that swing.
Good morning, Buffalo Balladeers. Great set.
Good morning.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right. What a pleasure to hear you. I think it's the first time I've had the pleasure to hear you, so that was really nice. Great job. You bet. I'm Doc Richards. I'm the Director of Jazz Studies and Bands at Sheridan College, and it was great to hear you guys. Not only great to hear you guys, it's great to see you guys, because most of the folks were really swinging and grooving on stage. Some of us could loosen up a little bit more and have some fun, but that whole visual element I know you've heard that before. That whole visual element brings an added dimension to your already great music. You guys were selling it. You were selling it. Yes. All right. Where is my bass and vocal percussion? Everybody's doing the walking bass line on it. Don't mean a thing. Good. Okay, so you're the rhythm section for that tune, and you know that when you do the bass, and this whole COVID thing makes life very challenging. I feel you. But we need to get up on the mic so we can hear that. Doom, 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 doom. All right, so can we start with that? I mean, you guys everything sounded great, but see if we can get the fire boiling a little, burning a little harder on that. Yeah. So can we take it right from the pickups to letter A? However you would like to get there. Looks like the sopranos just do it ba ba boom 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 boom. So however you set that up. I'm going to stay out of it and listen, and then probably stop you. But what I want you to do what I ask you to do on this pass is bass and percussion. Or is anybody trying to doing the fake vocal percussion thing? So just bass, doom 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 doom. Okay, so we need to hear you in the mix. All right, let's try from there. I'm not convinced we were all at the same tempo. I think it's okay. I'm a trombone player. That's as close as I get. All right, here we go. 1, 2, Okay, good. This might not be the same tempo that you're used to, but I want to see if we can get it locked down a little bit so that it feels good. Okay, my 4 swinging jazz bass, 4, 5, 4, however many. I want to hear you guys sing doom 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 and keep it right here. Doom doom. Got you ready to go? All right, 1, ready? 1, 2, Can you get up on the mic a little closer? Yeah. All right, good. Now, I want you to be locked in. Don't let it rush. Is there any possibility we could snap on 2 and 4? Yeah. To try? And aside from the fact that it's kind of fun to watch, I think it might help us lock the time in. Doom, 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 doom. In fact, and if you would, just for as an exercise, could we try it a little slower? Doom, 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 doom. 1, 2, Everybody quit. Good. Okay, good. Can we try right there? There it is. Don't mean a thing. I can't sing as high as you got. All right, here we go. Ready? Everybody there. It don't. I'll give you 1, 2. Don't do anything. 1, 2, 1. It boom, boom, boom. All right, here we go. 3 half notes and we're in. 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay, yep. When you guys come up in the mix, it feels good. I'm sure you have probably had this discussion, but man, this group sounds great. It would be so cool if we could somehow coerce a bass player and a drummer to be part of this group. Is that a possibility? I'm sure no one knows that more than you.
We have, and then they just usually rehearse with us, but then.
Okay, but so this group usually has a bass player and a drummer.
Not as part of our class, but yes, they join us.
Oh, that's fantastic, because that just kind of brings that authentic element to everything. Excellent. All right, good. I loved your ensemble sound, and whoever was singing lead trumpets at the lead trumpet part, good job. Nice taste, whoever that was. Okay, Come Fly With Me. Great choice of opener, nice chart, well performed. It was leaning forward just a little bit, kind of rushing just a little bit. So, could we maybe try what is the like definitive signature version of this tune that everybody listens to? Well, there we go. Frank Sinatra, right? Have you guys listened to the Frank version? Okay, so even though it's not written for jazz choir, that arrangement totally has the right vibe. You know, he's like the epitome of 60s cool. Come fly with, right? And that's what we want to go for. Frank Sinatra with the Count Basie Orchestra, right? So that's kind of the vibe that we want to capture. Could we try it? I know you guys want to come out and really burn it up for the first tune. I get it, but can we try it here? I probably have a wrong key, but two. All right, right there. From the top. And let's keep it. Here, yes. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Can we all snap?
Fly with me, let's fly away. If you bring your sun, exotic views, there's a far, far away. Fly with me, let's fly away. Fly with me, let's float down to Peru. Fly away. In Mama Land, there's a one-man baby to look for you. Oh, come fly with me, let's take off in the blue. Take you up there, where the air is very.
I know that's a lot slower than you're used to doing it, but man, it feels good. I mean, it's swinging hard. Great. Good. Piano, one thing that you're doing a great job playing there, you know, you have to be the rhythm section. And since the bass is such an important part of this, I want to make sure we give the left hand a lot of love. You know, make sure we're bringing out the left, okay? And also, one thing to think about is when a string bass plays in a rhythm section, it's all pitched, right? So there's the attack of the note, there's kind of that bloom, boom, doom, 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 doom. So make sure that we to the degree that we can, we want to try and approximate that with the left hand. So basically, I could probably said this in 5 seconds. Make the left notes just a little longer. Think of a bass player. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. All right. You're our rhythm section, and you're doing a wonderful job. Okay. That felt good to me. And also, never sing with your hands in your pocket. I know you've heard that before. The snapping really helps everything. I think if it's okay with the boss, so everything has to be approved by the boss. But I mean, it improves the time. It's kind of fun to look at, and you guys, you light up when you're connected to the time. So I just encourage you to do that. Are we out of time already?
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. So anyway, I would say now, if you want to crank it back up to the faster tempo, while retaining a great swing feel and not rushing, that's okay. But it has to sound good and swing before we do. So maybe think about rehearsing it at that slower tempo and just have it swing like crazy. Beautiful job on that ballad, Moonlight in Vermont. Those are not easy chords. I know the New York voices, music, and you guys, you have a wonderful sound. And one thing I really appreciated, for the most part, except for that one spot, the inner parts are really taking care of business. So well done, altos, tenors, and basses and baritones. The only thing I suggested about this tune is it has a kind of a signature little figure that ends the form of the tune. You know what I'm talking about? It's an arpeggio. And in the chart, it's written piano to mezzo piano. I'd suggest experimenting with opening it up a little more, maybe at least mezzo forte, so you can really hear that opening. Okay? What a wonderful pleasure. It's the first time I've heard you guys. I hope it won't be the last. Give it up for the Buffalo Balladeers.
Go back to the band room. There it is.
Not right now. You take this tape, and there's a black cord that runs from the phone to the mic there. Take it down, and then you can take that over. And you have to do pretty good yourself.
Hold on, wait right here. I need you to get to. Now is when you don't talk anymore. You may talk at 1 o'clock when we leave this room. I need you to get in the order so that bases end up over here. We're gonna file from this side. So in a line, would you say spread out some center base? Base. Can I have the bases all the way over here? Sopranos, you're gonna be last, so let's actually go, bases come all the way here. Tenors follow the bases, please. Then altos and then sopranos. All right, everybody stand up. Bases, go this way. Follow the person in front of you. Bases are gonna be on that side. Thank you, bases. You're just making all the time. Altos should be. You all have the master singing in tonight. Run and grab it fast as you can, because it'll be a little different on the mic if you're in a different place. Just your water bottle and your master singing. Thank you.
Can I get one of those?
welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. My name is Blaze and I'm a sophomore here in the music program at Casper College. Our next group this afternoon is the Bison Jazz Ensemble under the direction of Mr. Jason Bennett. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you are here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between you and your parties here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy the Bison Jazz Ensemble.
We opened with Old Clifford's ground tune called The Blues Walk. That one featured Massimo Haas on trombone. It featured, let me check, Katrin Blaney on trumpet, Ava Wagner on trombone, Cale Benton on tenor sax, and Matt Schlichting on trumpet. The next piece that we're going to play for you is an original called Running at the Bulls. It will feature our piano player, Tim, and Jace on lead trumpet. We will finish our set with the original funk chart by Larry Barton called Cut to the Chase. It will feature the trumpet section, and Tim again on the piano, and Cale again on the tenor sax, Chase again on the trumpet, and Sage on guitar.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tracy Hebner. I'm Director of Jazz Studies at the University of South Alabama in Mobile. And so I'm quite a ways from home. But I wanted to tell you I enjoyed your performance and hopefully can provide you with some suggestions that will make it even better. So the first piece I want to look at is the Blues Walk. So if you could pull that one up. And let me maybe slip in here and look at the score for a second. Real quick, Saxus, I wonder if we can get a tuning note. I've got an app here that'll help us. So can you play B flat G for me? G. Try that again. Okay, let me get the right octave for you. Can you do the upper one? Yeah, so can you come out a little bit? Pull out. Can you hear this? Yeah, try that. Yeah, pull out some more. Pull out some more. I'm just trying to get us close so we can get a good chords going. Try it again. Okay, come out some more. About a lot. There you go. That's getting better. You want to try your concert B flat or B or C? Good. And now you want to try yours? Yours will be a G. Yeah, G. Just a G. G. 1, 2, 3. G. G. Now, saxophones, can you play that note tuning note? Ready? Go. Okay. It's not perfect, but it's close. Brass, could you do your concert B flat? Be your C? Okay. Can I hear just the trumpets real quick? Ready? Go. Okay. Can I go one at a time? Okay. Okay. Try it all together. Ready? Go. Okay. So we won't take a lot of time to tune, but we need to get a little closer than that. We can. So trombones, can you do your B flat? Okay. All right. Good. So we're in the ballpark. So I want to look at the blues walk, and I couldn't hear the bass very much out in the audience. So could you play your bass line for me so I can hear kind of the balance on it? Let me see a place. Do you start to walk at number 9? Yeah. Could you play that for me? Yeah. Could you turn out for me? Can you play louder? Okay, good, good. Can you maybe turn your instrument up so you can do it without having someone do so much effort, or can you adjust it to where it's a little louder? Can you adjust your volume where it's louder? Yeah, play. That's better. Now, when you play your bass line, can you make the notes really long? Do, 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 legato? Try it. Yeah, that's okay. Just, yeah. Now, when you're playing your bass line, are you looking at the numbers or are you playing it by, are you reading it or playing it by ear? Okay, well, play your bass line for me at number 9 and play it as aggressive as you can with long notes and be kind of authoritative about it, okay? That's okay. Try it again. You can go a little slower if you need to. Okay, that's fine. Now, the drummer, can I work with you for a second? Could you play some time feel like you were playing on Blues Walk? Just go ahead and start. 2 minutes? Okay, go ahead. Okay. So was Blues Walk that fast? Was Blues Walk that fast? It was pretty fast. Okay. What I want you to do is can you make your hi-hat close more firmer so we get a more crisp on 2 and 4? Try that. 1, 2, ready, go. Yeah, not so much your snare, but your hi-hat. Okay. So your snare's loud enough, but if you could really let that hi-hat close firmly, try it again. 1, 2, ready, go. That's better. Now, what were you doing on the blues tune as far as comping? Can you play what you were doing during the solos?
During the solo?
Yeah. Okay. And can you play what you were comping during the solos? Could you guys do that together? 1, 2, ready, go. Okay, so I'd like to make a suggestion to you. When you're both doing that at the same time, it gets a little bit busy because you're kind of in each other's space. So if one of you can kind of play longer notes and one of you are playing more active notes, then you'll stay out of each other's way. And you can also, during the solos, maybe one of you lay out during the chorus. Yeah. Now, when you're playing the blues walk, could you do just straight quarter notes? Do you know who Freddie Green is? Yeah, could you just do this? Bump, 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 bump. Try that one time. Use your rhythm. It's up. Okay. And when you do your chords, maybe only use like a 3-note chord, maybe like the 3rd and the 7th, and then maybe one other chord, and try to stay on the top 3 strings of your guitar, because that'll make it lighter and easier for us to hear. Okay, well, thank you. I didn't get much time, but thank you very much.
welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. My name is Blaze and I am a sophomore here in the music program at Casper College. Our next group today is the Mixed Elite Choir under the direction of Miss Lisa Coleman. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you are here, but we do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between your parties and yourself when you're both in here and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy the Mixed Elite Choir.
Our first song is a George and Ira Gershwin tune called The Foggy Day, arranged by Russ Robinson, and it features Samantha Hallett and Carson Hansen. Our next song is Embraceable You, also by George and Ira Gershwin. And this is arranged by Kirby Shaw.
Embrace me, my
Our last song is God Bless the Child by Billie Holiday and arranged by Anita Kerr.
Hi, everybody. Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you today. I'm David on campus from the University of Nebraska. I get to chat with you guys for like 10 minutes and then you go out for a longer clinic. Cool. Tracy. Sound good? Yes. Where's Rock Springs?
Over there.
Far or?
It's like 4 hours. It's like 3 hours away.
You drive here this morning? Yeah. Nice. All right. So you're very tired. You're as tired as me. I love the group. Really nice set, great tunes, very nice singing. I can tell you've had a lot of really good preparation, lots of in-tune singing, which I appreciate very much. Let's look at a foggy day. I just want to try this out and maybe try a few things to see if we can kick this up a notch. Can I hear the duet at the beginning, just maybe right where they come in at 7? Where's our duet here? 1, 2. Just do exactly what you did before, starting at right where they come in, at 7. Yeah, let's stop there. That's really great. You both have beautiful voices. It's just lovely singing. The thing that I think is missing is, I know this chart doesn't say to do it like rubato or freely, but the music to me really suggests that. It actually does say that. Now that I look at it, the piano part switches from moderately to rubato. I would love to not be able to like click a tempo along with what you're doing in my head, and I can do that right now. And so what it ends up kind of feeling like this music is really simple. Like it's gonna get more complicated later in the chart, but at the beginning it's really simple. The chords are really straightforward. You both just have this nice little melody. The thing that's gonna make this expressive is not the complexity of the arrangement, it's what you do with it and how you perform the melody. I would love to feel like each little phrase that you both do is kind of its own little thing. Like we do this phrase, pick it up and set it down, breathe. Do this phrase, pick it up and set it down, breathe. So I think like a really simple example of this would be at 11, as we move from your solo to your solo. Out of town were the people I knew. Let that piano note ring on before, wait, breathe, and now we go, right? Just feel like you can make this your own with the time. It does not have to like click along super steady. Could we try that? And could you each really go for it with the stretching it out? Try and do it more than what makes you comfortable. See if you can do it in a way that makes you feel like, oh, I went too far. I would love to hear what that feels like as a listener. Yeah, so you gotta do the opposite. You kind of came in extra early, which is a choice. That's fine. I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'm just saying it would be cool for me as a listener if I felt like you were making decisions beyond just what the information on the score is. Because that's what this is. Even though this is an arrangement, this is solo singing. And so you guys should both feel totally free. And anytime you have a solo in jazz, you should feel free to adjust what you're seeing in the score. And I think that'll be really nice. And I like how you kind of played with the time in the middle. You kind of changed the rhythms up a little bit. One thing that's a really easy way to do this, and this is for everyone when you have a solo, take a note that's not very long in the score and make it really long. And then like find a way to catch up. I can, well, I won't mess with the piano, but if I just looked at 7 and said, okay, I'm gonna sing I and make it really long. Go. I was a stranger in the city. Like make it really conversational and don't make it feel like a rhythm. Make it feel like you're just delivering the lyric in the most natural way possible. All right, you get the idea. Enough of that. Let's get the choir in. Where do we start here? 25, or maybe start at easy swing? Is that 4 before the girls come in? So now that the whole ensemble is in, and we have to agree, I'm going to say the exact opposite of what I just said. I was telling them during their solos, get away from this, mess it up, make it your own. Now we have to be super diligent about the rhythms, or else it's sloppy, right? You are all singing the rhythms correctly, but we can get more inside the pocket of this group. These little offbeats. Girls, you did okay at 25. Guys, not quite as good at 29. It had me low, right? So an offbeat, be extra ready for that. And the big one at 33. This is the first chord we hear, right? This is the most exciting part of singing jazz is the chords. This is where the magic is. And we've had big long intro, these beautiful solo duets, and then we've had a unison line in the girls and a unison line in the guys, and that all sounds great. And here comes measure 33, 3, 4, boom, ah, and we get the chord. Boom. but we weren't together. We weren't all agreeing on the offbeat of one. So it kind of takes what could be this really incredible moment and kind of like pulls the rug out from under us. And as a listener at that moment, I just sort of deflated. Because I was like, oh, I want to hear him top that on offbeat of one. Can we try this? We're going to have the guys speak at 29. It had me low, just speaking the rhythm. And had me down, 2, 3, 4. Everybody together. We're not going to hold back. Just say 3, 4, boom, just speaking right now. No pit. Ready? Guys at 29. And then when we get to 33, just everybody short. I on offbeat of 1. 1, 2, 29, 2, speak. It had me low, 1, and had me down, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so some people were early, some people were late. Maybe 2 or 3 were right on. Listen to it once, I'll show you. And had me down, do it with me. 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. I think of it as like pull back the punch and you punch. And right at the top of the punch where you say 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Now let's build that chord out outside the rhythm. We have the F, the C, the A, and the E real slow. 33, the first chord they sing. We should have half the bass. There we go. Alright, basses, tenors. Say I and hold it. If you're a bass, sing keep going. We're gonna need 2 basses. Take a nice deep breath. Really go for it. This is a big chord for a big moment. Let's do it. Sing it together. Add the altos. Just the bottom 3 parts. Can we be faster? Can you be right with me? We're not even talking about the rhythm yet. I'm just talking about like I'm cueing you to be right on it. Just the bottom 3. Ready? Basses. Yeah. Part of what makes this hard, but also makes it fun, is this idea of like holding yourself accountable in rehearsal. We're like, anytime you sing a chord and it's not right, stop, go, find the notes, keep doing it until it's right. Here we go again. Basses, tenors, bottom 3 parts, high. Now add the soprano E. All together. Basses, high. Just basses and sopranos. Very good. Pretty good. Basses, did you hear what happened? You heard them singing E, which is very close to F, but not the same. And you held on pretty good. You did valiantly. But then it started to drift just a little bit because you wanna join them on that E. That's our sinful nature trying to get away from the 7. The octave is not what we want there, right? A good way to practice this in rehearsal, just to start to feel and enjoy these dissonances, is to just pick 2 people and practice singing the tough interval against each other. Can we try this? Do like a volunteer for the soprano section, and I'll do the other one. All right. Give her the E. So start singing the E, and then I'm going to sing the F against it. And we'll see if we can both hold our note. Ready? Go. You go. Does it make you uncomfortable or happy? Answer carefully. The correct answer is happy. That's where the magic is in jazz harmony, is in those ugly dissonances. When you take out the most dissonant interval from the chord and just practice it on its own, it sounds really gross and harsh. But when we play it in the context of that beautiful major 7 chord, that's just lovely, right? You don't hear that and think, ooh, a major 7. But you have to get the ugly part great and love it, or else the rest of the chord won't wrap itself up and make that feel great. All right, let's do that one more time from the bottom up. Basses, tenors, straight high. Great. Now we just need to get there faster. Can we attack P1 and 2? I think probably half of you attacked it in tune, and the other half attacked it a little bit off, and then quickly got right. Can the attack itself be perfect? Yeah. Good. A little warmer, sopranos. Don't be too penetrating there. All right, now off to 1. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. Got it? 1, 2, 3, 4. So combine the rhythmic accuracy we had a minute ago with the chord accuracy we just got. getting close. We're getting really close. This is the rehearsal process for me. This is what I take my group through. I tell them probably 30 times per rehearsal. I count them off, 2, 3, 4, blue. We start, and I immediately say stop. 3 words. These are the most important words in your vocabulary. Get there faster. Get to the correct notes faster. Which of course implies that you have them in the first place, right? So step 1 is making sure you can find it. And then step 2 is eliminating the gap between this and the chord hitting perfectly right on whatever the rhythm is. It's so hard, but it's so worth it. It's so worth it. Like you have it within you to do the extra work that takes this from pretty good to awesome. And I hope that's exciting to you. That's really exciting to me. I love that journey from pretty much getting it and pretty much doing it right to making it lock in so quickly and so accurately that it's just the most exciting thing in the world. Boom! The group sounds great. You sing really beautifully. I love the charts, and this was super fun. Thank you so much. Give a round of applause.
Oh, we gotta go the other way, guys. We gotta go the other way. Sorry.
Out that door.
There'll be some that will, but that one.
Welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. My name is Blaze and I'm a sophomore here at the music program at Casper College. Our next group this afternoon is Riverton Residents under the direction of Mr. Nathan Gillette. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you are here, but we do want to remind you to keep 6 feet apart between you and other groups, both here and out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Please visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy Riverton Residents.
Mic check 6. Mic check 7. Mic check 8. Mic check 9.
Mic check 10.
Mic check 11. Mic check 12.
Mic check 13.
Mic check 14. Mic check 15.
Mic check 16.
Mic check 17.
Mic check 14. Okay. Mic check 9.
Thank you for having us. Our first tune tonight is going to be Flying to the Moon, that's arranged by Rosanna Hecking.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me, and won't you fill my heart with song, and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true, be true. In other words, won't you fly me to the moon? Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Hold my hand. Won't you kiss me? Oh, and fill my heart with songs, and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true, be true. In other words, I love you. Fly me to the moon Fly me to the moonlight. Da 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 da. Fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Kiss me. It's true. Fly me to the moon. Kiss me. It's true. Fly me to the moon. Kiss me. Fly me to the moon. Kiss me.
As you tricky solo kaya tibbets scat, probably corn scat, Ashland Bookless scat, Tyler Ashland scat, and Taylor Kirk solo. Our second tune for you tonight is Waters of March. This is arranged by Gerard Butcher, and soloists will be Lloyd A. Heinrich and Eli Clark. Waters of March.
A stick, a stone, it's the end of the road. It's the rest of the stone. It's a little alone. It's a sliver of glass. It is life. It's the sun. It is night. It is death. It's a trap. It's a gun. The open it blows. A fox in the brush. A knot in the wood. A song of a thrush. La 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 la. It's the wind blowing free. It's the end of the song. It's a beat. It's a void. It's a hunch. It's a hope. It's the end of the string. It's the joy in your heart. The ground, the flesh in the bone, the beat of the road, a slingshot sound, a flash, a silvery glow, a fight, a bet, the range of a bow, the bag of the will, the end of the line, that is saying the face, it's a loss, it's a find, a spear, a swipe, a point, a nail, a drip, 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 drop, 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 the end of the tale. A stick, it is John, it is Joe, it's a thorn in your hand, and a cut on your toe, a point, a beat, a bite, a blink, a sudden stroke of night, a pass in the night, a horse and a mule, in the distance a shadow, sweeping shadows of blue, and the riverbank talks of the waters of March. It's the promise of life, it's the joy in your heart. A stick, a stone, the end of the road, the ash of the log, the lonesome road, a sliver of glass, the light, the sun, the night, the death, the end of a ride. The riverbank talks of the waters of March. It's the promise of life, it's the joy in your heart. And the riverbank talks of the waters of March. It's the promise of life, it's the joy in your heart.
check, testing 1, 2, check, there we are. Good afternoon, Riverton residents. How are you? Good job today. My name is Dr. Eric Richards. I'm the Director of Jazz Studies and Bands at Sheridan College. Good job, wonderfully chosen material. Okay, yeah, let's start with Fly Me to the Moon. A lot of the accompanist to the jazz class are challenging you. So one thing I was going to suggest is we have to try to create the impression of a rhythm section, right? So their left hand stuff, when we try taking just about everything you played sounded great, but we need to get the left hand in the octave where a bass player would play. So can we try? Yeah, can we try that now? A lot of that stuff down in octave. Thank you. All right. Now show me how you started this. When you guys just performed, did you actually give them the count off like that? Because it seemed maybe they're. Yeah, okay, good. No worries. I know you know this, but we can impart energy. We could, right? So if you're okay with it, I would give them kind of a 1, 2. Oh, don't you want to? Doesn't that make you want to hit it? Okay, good. Now, if it's okay with the boss, one other thing. I want you guys to all wash my car. No. If it's okay with the boss, and I see some of you wanting to do this already. Can we click snap on 2 and 4? It's not just about showbiz. I want to see if we can get that whole sense of swing, feel, and time. Yep. Look, you're natural. Whenever you're ready, boss, come off and give them a first tune of the gig. 1, 2, 1. So I want to remind you, I see it's beautifully noted in your score. There are some really cool accents I'd love to hear. Aren't those notes all have accents? Right? I know they do because the boss highlighted in blue. All right? Again, item number 2. In fact, it's already beautifully written in score. In jazz, commercial, pop, funk, any kind of music that lives in that side of the world, long notes are rarely static. Right? You know where I'm going with this, right? Long notes need to be going somewhere. So can we have that crescendo that you guys have clearly worked hard to make happen? Okay? One more time. Boy, you set them up nicely for those pickups. Good job. Top. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Those accents, I'm thinking they're more coming from the diaphragm. Don't we want to give those a little bit of a kick from the, you know what I'm talking about? So a little more of a diaphragm push on those accents in the intro. I love the snapping, so I hope you consider it. Also, and to be honest, I have an idea for Waters of the March too. Do you guys normally perform? It sounds great. Do you ever perform with the bass player and drummer? We don't. Okay, fair enough. So this is what we're going to work with. Okay. So do you have a signature version of Fly Me to the Moon that you guys are listening to kind of model? Okay, great. May I suggest the ultimate 1960s uber hipness is the great Frank Sinatra singing Fly Me to the Moon with the Count Basie Orchestra. Now it's a solo, it's the Frank with the big band, But what we want to take from it is the vibe. I mean, if you can capture that kind of cool feel, and with right, that's he lays back, kind of delays things in all the right places. I think you'll love it. I think you'll love it. Okay, so there's that. Waters of March. You guys picked two of my favorite tunes. I just love that tune. One thing I wanted to suggest to you is there is a charming YouTube video of Jobim and one of the greatest Brazilian singers that ever lived named Elis Regina. And they are singing it in a studio, and the two of them are just bouncing off each other. This has that whole conversational, right? Where the two parts are going back and forth. If you want to see how that works in a performance by the composer on top of a great Brazilian groove, check it out. I think you'll love it. Now, what I was going to suggest was, if we could, two things. I think if we could get the clicking on 2 and 4 and one great soul with good rhythm to shake a shaker. Now, it has to be somebody that can do it in time. That would give us just enough hint of a beautiful Brazilian percussion groove to make it work. Okay, so I'm going to let you guys go back to Riverton and do shaker auditions and then figure out. Can we try a little bit of that from the top? Remember where that left hand's going? Yeah. Okay.
Third time's a charm.
All right. Do it right.
Caustic, stone, it's the end of the road, it's the rest of the stone, it's a little alone, it's a summer of glass, it is life, it is sun, it is night, it is right, it's a trap, it's a gun. When it blows, the voice in the brush, the note in the wood, the song of a thrush. It's the wind blowing free, it's the end, it's the song, it's a beat, it's a void, it's a hush, it's a hope. To some more, and at the stream meets the joy in your heart.
Let's find a good spot to start. Once the tune gets you're going. Okay.
17?
Yep.
So there's the Oakland and Blooms. Thoughts on that? 1, 2, ready?
The open boots, a fox in the brush, a knot in the wood, a song of the thrush. La 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 ya, it's the wind blowing free, it's the end of the song, it's a beam, it's a void, it's a hunch, it's a hope.
I think it's translating to, the snaps. Because I think it's translating to a better sense of time and energy in the groove. That's just me, so I encourage you to keep working on that. And I know the boss has asked you guys to work on this. Music is made from the bottom up, right? And from the inside out. So we need to have a really solid foundation on the low parts and on the inner. There are some really cool inner parts in most vocal jazz tracks, but those inner lines are really important here. So they're getting there, and I hope you're going to keep working on this, and like by April, this is going to be rocking. But it needs to happen from the bottom up and the inside out. So let's get those inner parts happening. And sometimes, as you know, because jazz typically involves complicated harmony, sometimes those inner parts are kind of weird, right? But that's what makes it sound good. So we have to dial it in and make it happen. Can we find a spot towards the end of the chart that would be a good place to catch it? Yeah, the whistling was great, by the way. All right. Which they do on that Jobim and Elis Regina video, which is really cool. Do you remember where to start there?
Start at a snake is snake, right off the whistle. 1, 2, ready?
It is John, it is Joe, it's a point on your head, and a cut on your toe.
ensemble attacks together, I'm sorry, the good ensemble attacks together, a great ensemble releases together. And sometimes our releases are a little arbitrary, okay? So let's think about when the note is over specifically. Like, if you have a half note followed by a half rest, when's the release?
When the release.
You have a future call. When's the release?
On 3.
I want a specific.
On 3.
Exactly right, on the count of 3. This is not an opinion. On 1, 2, off. So I want you to, we're going to say the rhythms, and I want you to, first of all, try to get them locked in and precise. And if there are any releases, think about the precise release. Because we take it there just saying the rhythm. Stick. I know it's going to feel weird, it's too bad. Stick. All right? 1, 2, 3.
A stick. It is John, it is Joe. It's a thorn in your hand and a cut on your toe. A point, a beat, a bite, a blink, a sudden stroke of light. A pass in the mountains, a horse in the woods, in the distance a shell, like the shadows of blue. The river bed talks of the waters of March. It's the promise of life, it's the joy in your heart.
Good. I know it's silly. I know it feels weird, but I know it pays off. And also, do your best to try to capture the fact that this is a conversation set to music. It's a it's the waters of March. It's the waters of March. Okay, we want to, you know what I'm saying? We want to try and capture that natural conversational tone with great rhythm. You guys sounded wonderful. It was a pleasure to hear you today. Hope you have a great time at the festival. How about another hand for Riverton Renaissance? Great job.
Sorry.
Hello, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. My name is Blaze and I am a sophomore here in the music program at Casper College. Our next group this afternoon is the Tiger Jazz Orchestra under the direction of Mr. Brian Redmond. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you are here, but we do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between you and your parties when you're both here in the hall as well as out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Now please enjoy the Tiger Jazz Orchestra.
Thank you so much. My name is Brian Redmond. I'm the director of bands at Rock Springs High School. We're very fortunate this quarter to have a student teacher with us from the University of Wyoming, Miss Elledge. She'll be taking the first 2 pieces, and we'll do these times.
Awesome. We're going to start off with Groovin' High, and that's going to feature Dave Garcia on trumpet and Brandon Davison on saxophone. Here's Groovin' High.
Thank you so much. We're going to close today with Slim Chickens by Chris Bird. Judges, there is a slight change on the form. Our lead tenor sax player, Tasha Seppi, is sick today, couldn't be with us. So as of this morning, Kate Ainscough is going to take her solo in this tune. So slight change there for you.
Hi, everybody. Hello. My name is Tracy Hebner. I'm Director of Jazz Studies at the University of South Alabama in Mobile. And I wanted to tell you I really enjoyed your performance. You've got a nice chart selected, appropriate for your performance level, and your band director's obviously knowledgeable and has prepared you well. So I just want to provide a few suggestions to you in the few minutes I have on stage, and then Dr. Richards will take you back into a clinic with you for a little longer. So the first tune I want to look at is Groovin' High, and I'm just going to pull this back and look at that. 2 scores here. So a couple things about this chart. You can see it's very busy because Dizzy Gillespie was a very busy trumpet player. He played a lot of notes in his solos, so he likes to write tunes that have a lot of notes. So I wanted to ask the saxophones and trumpets in this opening couple measures where you have all these 8 notes. How are you articulating that? Are you tonguing every note? Are you slurring every note? Or what are you doing to articulate that? So your back accent, you're tonguing on the upbeat and it's slurring to the downbeat? Good, good. So what I want to do is saxophones, I just want to check your pitch quickly. Could you play a tuning note for me? Play your concert B flat. I just want to check because from where I was sitting, there were a few minor pitch problems and I thought we could just clear that up right away. So would you give him a B flat? Yeah. Okay. Can you give him the top one, an octave higher? Yeah. Okay. So could you pull out just a little bit on yours? Let me hear you. Yeah, more air. There you go. Let me hear you. Yeah. So can you pull out on yours? Because you're a little sharp, and let me hear you. And you're really sharp. So could you pull out quite a bit on yours? And we'll get us in really up close. There you go. Maybe not that far, but we'll see. Try yours again, real quick. That's much better. Can I hear you one more time on your tongue? Good. Now have all the saxophones play. Ready? Go. It's not perfect, but it's much better. So saxophones, could I hear what you're doing? Those first 2 measures. Ba, boo, ba, doo, ba, da, ba, boo, ba, doo, ba, da, ba. Try that. Let's go slower because if we play it at the speed you guys played it on the performance, it'll be, things will get lost. So can we do it right here? Do, do, ba, do, ba, da, da, do, ba, do, ba, da, da, and we'll stop. Saxes. 1, 2, ready, go. Good. And can we have the brass play that too? Trombones, could you play a tuning note for me just to let me hear your pitch? Do a B flat for me. Ready, go. Good. So brass, you're set. So let's hear everybody, all the horns on that first opening line. 1, 2, ready, go. Okay. Now, what's happening is we're not quite together. Do, do, ba, do, ba, do, da. You're kind of rushing that last 8 note. Boo, boo, ba, do, ba, do, da. Do, ba, do, ba, do, da. Try it again. 1, 2, ready, go. Good. That's much better. Now, can I hear the rhythm section play the opening? Let's go. And horns you lay out. Here we go. 1, 2. We'll keep this on. 1, 2, ready, go. Okay. So, could you play just could I have the bass drums and the piano play a little bit for me at the maybe, can we go at 5? Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go. Yeah, go again. 1, 2, ready, go. Yeah, we're at number 5. Here we go. 1, 2, ready, go. Okay. I just want to check your part real quick to see what. So are you making up your own voicings with this, or are you? Yeah, so I wanted to work with you just a little bit on this. So could you show me kind of what your strategy is for, because all you have chord samples and you're looking at the guitar part. So could you tell me what you're thinking about when you're organizing your voicings for this?
We're usually basing it on the saxophone, we try to complement what they're looking for melody keys.
How's your knowledge of theory? When it says an E flat major 7, do you know what those notes are? Could you play an E flat major 7 chord for me? That's perfect. Now what I want you to do is in your left hand, if you could play the 3rd and the 7th. So what would the 3rd and the 7th be? Yeah, yeah. And then in the right hand, you can play the root in the 5th or the 9, or usually, it depends. I use like 7, 3, 9, and maybe 5. But there's something, so you're basically playing a very simple voicing, maybe 2 notes in each hand. The 3rd and the 7th of each chord is always in the left hand. And then the right hand can play other chord tones, a root, a 5th. So play that E flat major 7 for me real quick. Yeah, well, play the 3rd and the 7th. And that's beautiful, much better. Now, can you comp that? 1, 2, ready, go. Now, can you go to your next chord and let me hear what you're doing on that A minor? What would be the 3rd and the 7th of an A minor? In your left hand. So think left hand, 3rd and 7th. So the 3rd is C and the 7th is G. And you can put the G on the bottom or the C on the bottom. And what the rule is, you want to keep that voicing between the octave of middle C and below, or middle C and above. You don't want to let all your voices get too high, or they'll get in the way of the horns. If they get too low, you're going to be stepping on the bass player, and he's not going to like that. Okay? So, and what you can do is you may have to write these in, but if you go through and write out now. A nice thing about it is if you're playing the 3rd and 7th on one chord, when the chords change, you know you're doing it right if only one finger has to move, really one and a step. In other words, if you're having to leap a lot from changing chords, you're not using smooth voice leap. So what you want to do is have your chords voice where one finger moves and only one note away. And usually those are called guide tones, and that's what will happen. It will slide easily into the next chord. And so if you do that, it'll work really, so that'll work really well for voicing this, and it'll give the horn players a nice foundation. All right, yeah, thank you for letting me do that. All right, can we go at 5, everybody? Let's try at 5. Do you know? Now, when you're thinking about this, when you have 2 8th notes, the second one is always short if it's before rest. So think boo-bop, bebop, and actually groove and high is built off of the syllables bebop, bebop. Let's try it at 5. 1, about this speed. 1, 2, ready, go. Now, what's interesting is they put the very sax with the saxophones, but your part is always with the trombones, isn't it? So now, can you hear the trombones? I'm sure you can. They're right behind you. So what I want to suggest to you is the very sax is played much differently than a trombone, and so when they're playing short notes on the trombone, you have to try to listen because there's more of them than you. So you try to match them. So what we have to do is you have to make your very sax sound like a trombone as far as how short the notes are playing. And the best way to do that is to have the trombones play and let you listen. Trombones, could you play for me at third? Am I out of time? I'm sorry. Guys, we did what we could, but I appreciate you letting me work with me. How about a hand for Rock Springs?
and then go in the middle. So at the beginning and in the middle.
Hello, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. My name is Blaze and I'm a sophomore here in the music program at Casper College. Our next group this afternoon is the Women's Elite Choir under the direction of Miss Lisa Coleman. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you are here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall as well as out in the atrium. We'd also like to welcome anyone who would like to join us for the All-State Jazz Choir performance that will be at 5:30 in the hall tonight. And we'd also like to welcome anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Please enjoy the Women's Elite Choir.
Good afternoon. Our first song will be Bobby Troop's Route 66, arranged by Kirby Shaw.
Travel my way, take the highway, that's the best. Get your kicks on Route 66. It winds from Chicago to LA, more than 2,000 miles all the way. Get your kicks on
Our next song is a ballad by Russ Robinson of Over the Rainbow by Harold Arlen and lyrics by E.Y. Harvard. All right, our last song is Come Rain or Come Shine by Harold Arlen and Johnny Mercer. And it's arranged by, good question, Jay Altos. And it features two of our soloists. We're going to take this one a little bit differently. Instead of just going straight through the song, we're actually going to come back around and do the beginning. We have two soloists. The first time it's going to be Danielle Jacobson, and the second time we do the solo, it's going to be Anna Miller.
Springs.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Great. Were any of you in the other group I talked to? Or is it all new people?
One of you is in.
Great. Terrific. How are we feeling? Feeling good? Kind of that drowsy moment of the afternoon, so hope you're like sufficiently get excited for this. Good. Good to be able to sing together. Let's talk about some stuff. Good tunes. This is really high quality literature. These are all important songs from the Great American Songbook, and it's really good that you're being exposed to these melodies and lyrics. Let's do Route 66. Can we just start at the top? You know, just count them in like you do and start from the top.
Travel my way, take the highway, that's the best. Get your kicks on Route 66.
So a lot of what you just did is great. The time feels good. You're doing the rhythms in a pretty appropriate style. We've got these consecutive eighth notes ever. You're going long, short. It's exactly right. The thing that's missing is the hi-hat, the drums. And you don't have a drummer, but we can still have a hi-hat. In a swing tune like this, the hi-hat will play on 2 and 4. What do you think we can do to, yes, I can see your stuff ahead. That snapping is so important. Pianist, would you just play the left hand from the top? I'm gonna count you in, and I'm gonna snap, and she's gonna play the left hand. I want you to just listen to how complete it feels. 1, 2, 3, 4. You could have a whole big band up here playing an orchestrated version of this arrangement. And the engine, the heartbeat of this music would still be the hi-hat on the drums and the bass player. We don't have a bass player, we don't have a drummer, but we don't need that. Because your pianist is doing a great job locking down that walking bass in the left hand, and you can all snap on 2 and 4. And that's the whole ballgame. That's what we need to make this music feel right. Because even though you were performing the rhythms accurately, it didn't feel right to me without hearing that 2 and 4. So when I say snap through this entire song on 2 and 4, that might seem like a lot to do, like my fingers are going to get tired, or it's overkill, or people get bored with it. And to that I say no. It's like telling the basketball players you have to run for the whole game. Like that's what you're doing. That's so important to this music. It's so important to music. So just get in the habit on a swing tune, in rehearsal, in performance, when you're walking around town, when you're driving and listening. Well, maybe don't snap while you're driving, but get used to the importance of that 2 and 4. So as much as you can, add those snaps in. That's going to make a big difference. Let's go to maybe like the middle of this somewhere. What's a good spot? After the vamp, maybe. Can we go to F? Now you can go through St. Louis. Is that a good place?
After your later songs, your later parts, then you start.
Yeah, got it. All right. So with the pickups, now you can go. Start snap with me, and then I'm gonna count you in. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Don't rest in the wind, dropped in Missouri, and Oklahoma City was right, breathing from Amarillo, Gallup, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona, don't forget Cleveland, Nashville, Sacramento,
When we get to, okay, I think, never mind on the last thing I was gonna say. That felt so much better, you guys. I love hearing the snap. It just feels right. Yeah, there's something else I want to say, but I want to save it to talk about on the next tune. Let's just do the end of this. Can you go from like 90? Get your kicks. You know what that is? 1, 2, go. Get your kicks on Route 66. exactly halfway in between. You punch each one with a little bit of space. Get your kicks. You do that. Get your kicks. Get your kicks. We're just doing the same thing over and over. Get your kicks without me. Way more aggressive. Way more aggressive. Listen. Get your kicks. 3, 4, 1. Get your kicks. Ooh. That's my favorite thing you've done today. What you just did. That made me go, oh, that's jazz choir. I really like that. That separation is so important. Even when it's quiet, it's got to be supported. And this is my other big comment for your group, and I'm saying this all through the ballot on the tape, is your quiet dynamics feel windy. They don't feel strong quiet. They feel weak quiet. And it's got to be, we use these words for when the music gets lower dynamics. We use words like soft, which I think is a terrible word. Soft makes me think of like pillows and cupcakes and like cotton swabs. That soft should be like intense and quiet, really full. Take a deep breath. Listen to the difference between 1, get your kicks, and 1, get your kicks. Exact same volume. I didn't get louder, right? But the second one had so much more behind it. That's what I want from you guys all the time. I want you to dig in. Whatever room you rehearse in, on the chalkboard, you should write dig in, big capital letters. Every song, even if it's lyrical and quiet, dig in. Get inside those pitches and drive them forward. Even if it's not aggressive music, we have to think aggressively about making a big supported sound. So to that end, let's go to Over the Rainbow and look at, actually not Over the Rainbow, let's do the third one, Come Rain or Come Shine. Is this a solo at 5 or the ensemble?
No, we have solos at the beginning and then
That's right.
go back around.
That's right. Okay. Then let's start the solo at 5. You want to just get them into it? You can start at the beginning if that's easier.
Second time, so we just go straight through.
We're just gonna get into the 13th section
Okay.
and stop. So
Go ahead, yeah.
So first of all, lovely solo. Definitely, 2 minutes, thanks. Definitely don't breathe between no and buddies, because that's one word, right? So we gotta get through that. You can breathe, I'm gonna love you like nobody's loved you. Come rain. That's a totally fine place to breathe. But just, whenever you're singing a solo like this in a rubato style, this is for anybody. Think more about the words and less about the notes. Because the notes are gonna be fine. We're not worried about that. But if you really concentrate on like delivering the lyric, that will make you less likely to sort of like accidentally breathe in an awkward spot. So that's one thing. Last thing is, and we just have a minute left, I want you to do 13 again. I Guess When You Met Me. And I want, just for fun, this is not in the character of the chart, but I want you to sing forte. And I want you to sing loud enough so that the people sitting in the back row where the lights are can hear you clearly. Can we do it? I'll count you right in. 2, 3, go.
I guess when you met me, it was just one of those things.
Already, that's way better. Now I know to make that sound, you had to push more than what is maybe appropriate in this song. And so when you're not singing on mics, we have to find the balance of having a nice, warm, round tone and making enough noise so that they can hear you. But I think for you guys, the answer is somewhere closer to that than what you did the first time. Because the first time it was so small and so quiet, and you've got it in you to make a big, warm, beautiful sound. And I want to hear that so badly. Keep working on this. You're doing a lot of good things well. I love the literature. Really, really excellent to expose them to this stuff. Just go for it, man. Never wimpy, always strong. I can't wait to hear you guys again. Until next time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're just waiting for our teacher.
That's supposed to be. Hello, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. My name is Blaze, and I am a sophomore here in the music program at Casper College. Our next group this afternoon is Bella Voce under the direction of Miss Leah Hopland. For those of you joining us here in the hall, we are so glad you are here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall as well as out in the atrium. We'd also like to invite everyone to come and listen to the performance of the All-State Jazz Choir under the direction of Mr. Brennan Baglio tonight at 5:30. And finally, we'd like to welcome everyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We'll be streaming all the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Please enjoy Bella Voce.
As long as I'm
Thank you. This ensemble here, Bella Voce, is an extracurricular ensemble that meets once a week in the evenings. Their next piece is Stormy Weather and features two soloists. First, we have Sophie Merkland on mic 7, and then Peyton Redden on mic 12.
Stormy weather, since my man and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time. Life is filled with misery everywhere. Stormy weather. Just can't get my poor self together. I'm weary all the time. So weary all the time. We're even away. All I do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. Stormy weather, since my man and I ain't together. It's raining all the time. It's raining all the time. Did I give it away? Pieces away. Get me. All I do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more and go on. Everything I had is gone. Only one since my man and I ain't together. It's raining all the time. It's raining all
Our final selection for you today is Duke's Place and features 3 soloists. First, we have Wyatt Waller on mic 10. Second, we have Madison Billings on mic 6 with a trading scat solo with Sydney Norman on mic 11. This is Duke's Place.
Take me down to the place.
Good afternoon, Bella Voce. Great set. Hi again. So you guys have one minute a week. Man, you sound fantastic. That's because you have a great teacher. All right. So,
Very much.
huh? But you know that, right?
Yes.
I love to hear. Left hand was happening. I was.
Thank you, I was thinking about it.
I said I was on the comments, man, you're making me believe that you have a bass player. Boom, great job. And nice to hear drums, right? Cool. So can we work backwards and start with Duke's Place? So you were doing a wonderfully sensitive job of giving them a lot of headroom, not playing too heavy. But frankly, I think especially when we get to this place where the blues solos, the improvisation, you need to kick a little bit, give them something to kind of react to. So keep that in mind. Yeah. Okay. So this has that kind of building intro, right? Right. Okay. And each one is a little louder, right? Now, not only is each one a little louder, but within each one, I may have talked with you about this. I think I see some familiar faces in other ones, some of those, maybe not. But it's been a long day. I can say this to you. But in jazz, commercials, pop, funk, any kind of music that lives in that side of the music world, the long notes are rarely static. They rarely sit there. They almost always have some direction. So in this arrangement, the way we talk about this with arranging slang, the intro is the outro, meaning they use the same stuff at the beginning to end this arrangement, right? So not only is each 2-bar unit louder, but within each 2-bar unit, the long note has to be going somewhere. So can we do that? All right, good. Now, do you know what famous instrumental tune this arrangement is modeled after? It's modeled after a great tune by Duke Ellington called Sea Jam Blues. And if you listen to it, the original, I think it'll help us even, you're sounding great on it, but I think this will get us even closer, to really capture the vibe. I don't know, better living through technology. We're gonna try and play this for you. Huh? Oh, thank you. Any of them?
I imagine so. She's mine.
Oh, God bless you. All right. So let's see if my Spotify. We get some snapping going. You know how good that sounds and how good that feels? Okay. All right. So I'm going to let you guys maybe enjoy that on the ride home or when you get home. But that's what we're going for. That's the vibe we're trying to capture. This is like uniquely known as the world's most simple jazz melody. 2 notes. All right. So keeping that in mind, I want you to listen to this and see if we can get inside that vibe. Crescendo on the long notes, and also there's just 2 notes in the melody. And right, Buddha, be really careful. And this is true for any swing tune. Don't rush the upbeat. But always be thinking about the trips. Doodly 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 Buddha. Where do you guys come in? Can you just say those rhythms for me? Wherever that is. Can you give me a marker? I just want them to say the first thing you sing after the intro. Where is that? Da, da, da. That. Yeah, but I want you to just say it, all right? We're going to just say it. 1, 2, 3.
Baby, take me down to Duke's place.
Yeah, I'm not fine. I'm not taking any. Baby, come on, sing it. So, 1. All right, 1, 2, 3, and.
Baby, take me down to Duke's place.
Right, let's get some energy behind it.
Boston, Jazz, Duke's place.
Right, don't rush that upbeat.
Love that. Piano, sounded, Duke's place.
Good, now let's try the music all the way from the top. Long note crescendos, and just making sure we're not rushing the upbeat on the 8th note. 1, 2, you know 90% of this music, but it's that extra 10% that sometimes is the hardest work to get that detail, those subtle details. And one of those subtle details, you want to sound really authentic, like a real jazz singer, you have to lock into that swing feel. And the first step is don't rush the upbeats. Boo da, boo da, boo da, da da doo da. I'm thinking about subdivisions when I'm singing that, or when I play those rhythms. Boo da. Do-da-da, do-da-da, do-ba-do-ba. All right, so I want you guys to think about that too. You have the potential to sound great. I loved stormy weather. It all really sounded good. On the solos, you know, when we have the solos and then there's that background where you guys are singing like, ooh, that's right. Make sure, I think this might just be a sound thing. Do you guys normally sing on mic?
Just for concert, but not
Okay, but when you actually perform at home, you'll sing on mic? Okay, good. So make sure, I wouldn't bring those backgrounds down a little bit. I wouldn't bring those down at all, but I did lose the track. I did lose the soloist the first time. So whoever has that first solo, is it two different people?
Yes.
Okay, the first soloist, the music sounded good, but I lost you in the mix. So when you use your mic, make sure you get up on the mic, because whoever sang, I don't even know whoever did the second solo, they just got up on the mic a little bit more and it made all the difference. Okay, now my friend on drums, one thing that you can do that might make this ballad, feel a little more solid is, remember, I think we may have had this discussion. The center of the drum set is that hi-hat on 2 and 4. Okay. I want you to just try something and free to discard. I want you to play with the brushes, triplets on the first beat, and then a light cross stick on beat 4. Here's how it's going to go. 3, 4. Click. Make sense? 1 and sorry. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, but a little goes a long way. More, remember, in jazz, the time is in the cymbal, so more on the ride cymbal, and I only want 1 cross stick. It's on beat 4. 1, right? A little goes a long way. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Okay. Up. I gotta have it all. I want that high up. 1, I do. The music. 2, 3, 4. Good. Now you don't even need to keep the triplets going all the way. You can just play ga 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 2, ga 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 4. All right. Let's try it one more time. 2, 3, 4. And if you're feeling it, you can go ahead and add a few more triplets. Okay? I know we got to go, but can we just try a few seconds of the opening of this? Would you please count us off? Because I want to get that tempo, or whoever starts it, I want to get that tempo just right. Okay, so yeah, man, to play kind, to be a drummer on a ballad, it's so hard because it feels like every beat is 2 miles apart. So whatever we can do to add appropriate and not too busy stuff between the beats helps us as singers and as instrumentalists to feel comfortable with that slow tempo. You're sounding great. How about another hand for Buffalo Joe Bote?
Mic check 16.
Mic check 15.
Mic check 14. Mic check 13. Mic check 12.
Mic check 11.
Mic check 10. Mic check 9.
Mic check 8.
Try it again.
Mic check 8.
Try one more, Nate.
Mic check 7. Mic check 7.
Mic check 6, mic check 6, mic check 6.
Do you mind lowering 6 a little bit? Lowering 6 is a little, he's kind of out of reach. Thank you. All of you stand, I want to see how close. Remember this much, I'm gonna put your hand right here.
Hello, we're the East High Singers from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Our first song is Lullaby of Birdline by George Shearing.
Sorry, I just wanted to make a real quick announcement. We will be hosting the All-State Jazz Choir this evening at 5:30. We invite everyone to attend. We'd like to welcome you all here to the Kinser Jazz Festival in Casper College. We'd also like to remind everyone to keep 6 feet apart while in the auditorium as well as out in the atrium. And we will be live streaming all performances today on YouTube or Instagram. And you can visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Please enjoy the East High Singers under the direction of Miss LaDonna Backman.
Again, our first song is Lullaby of Birdland by George Shearing. Our soloists are Jay Lynn Burke on mic
12.
and Connor Furtick on mic
9.
Emma Brown on mic
15.
and Tiana Chu on mic
14.
Lullaby of birdland, that's what I always hear. When you sigh, never in my wordland, could there be ways to feel? In a phrase how I feel. Have you ever heard two turtle doves, Bill and Coo? When they love, that's the kind of magic music we make with our lips. When we kiss, and there's a weeping old willow, he really knows how to cry. That's how I cry on my pillow. If you should tell me farewell and goodbye, lullaby of birdland, whisper low, kiss me sweet, and we'll go flying high in birdland. My hill is high up above, all because we're in love. There's a weeping old willow, he really knows how to cry. That's how I cry on my pillow. If you should tell me farewell and goodbye, lullaby of birdland, whisper low, kiss me sweet, and we'll go flying high in birdland. My hill is high up above, all because we're so in love.
Thank you. Our next song has been sung by many jazz greats like Ella Fitzgerald and Billie Holiday, The Way You Look Tonight.
Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you, just the way you look tonight. With each word's grandeur growing like eagles, apart, and at last, that wrinkles your nose, touches my heart. Love me, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause I love you, just the way you look tonight. Just the way you look tonight.
Thank you for having us today. Our final song today will be Sway, Kinser, arranged by Kirby Shaw.
When the rhythm starts to play, dance with me, make me sway, like a lazy ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more, like a flower bending in the breeze. Bend with me, sway with ease. When you dance, you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. The dancers may be on the floor, dim but my eyes will see only you. Only you have that magic technique. When we sway, I will weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill, it's only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. Sway me, squeeze me, kiss me, thrill me, bend me, please me. You have a way with me. Other dancers may be on the floor, dim but my eyes will see only you. Only you have that magic technique. When we sway, I go weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill, it's only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me round. Make me feel it's only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me round. Sway me now, sway me now, sway me now.
take it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Very nice to hear you perform. My name is Tracy Hebner. I teach at the University of South Alabama in Mobile. And my colleague over here, Dr. Richards, yeah, he'll tell you where he's from. I'm not sure if I get it right. You want to tell him where you're it's Sheridan College, right?
My man.
So you guys are really good and well prepared. And anything I say to you will probably be just minor stuff that you've probably heard before. So I want to look at the Lullaby of Birdland first. So, what I was thinking that may help you with feeling the swing rhythm of this without a rhythm section, if you snapped your fingers on 2 and 4, that might mess up your choreography if you have that, but I think that might help. And I guess my comment is when you're singing these 8-note lines, they're pretty smooth, and if you could emphasize the triplet feel a little more in your singing to make the rhythm a little more aggressive instead of lullaby burden, or more accented. Because what makes something swing is where the accents are placed in the music. And if you have a melody that has a high note and then comes back down, if you can accent that high note. So could we start Lullaby of Birdland? And is this kind of where you guys are? So could we all snap together? Here we go. I'll count it off. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Lullaby of Birdland, that's what I always hear when you sigh. Never in my birdland would there be words to reveal in the phrase how I feel. Have you ever heard 2 turtle-doves, bill and coo, when they love? That's the kind of magic music we make with our lips when we kiss. When there's a weeping old willow, he really doesn't know why. That's how I cry on my pillow. If you should tell me farewell and goodbye.
Good. And I know the snapping gets old after a while, so you may decide where we could do it in certain sections and then drop out. Who has a solo? Is there a way that you can bring that out even more as far as I guess maybe drawing attention to you more by maybe singing a little louder and by taking more charge of, in other words, it would show me that you have a lot of confidence. I know you have a lot of confidence in your singing, but that would probably, just to my ear, it may help this section if you can be a little more aggressive on that solo. So could we go, maybe, do you know, guys, where 17 is? Have you heard 2 turtle doves? You know what it's at? Yeah. Let's try. 1, 2, oh yeah, sorry. 1, 2, 3.
Have you ever heard 2 turtle doves, bill and coo, when they love? That's the kind of magic music we make with our lips when we kiss. And there's a weeping old willow, he really knows how to ride. That's how I cry on my pillow. If you should tell me farewell and goodbye. Lullaby of Birdland, whisper low, kiss me sweet, and we'll go flying high in Birdland, high in the sky up above, all because we're in love.
We can stop this. Okay, so we can stop here. So what I was thinking, maybe we could stop the snapping on her scat solo. And can I ask you a question about your scatting? How are you thinking about choosing your notes?
lullaby rhythm and that pattern, and then I just do other things that I like with it.
Are you thinking horizontally or vertically as far as, are you thinking about chord symbols and the notes and the guide tones and all that stuff? Are you singing by ear and basically doing a melody in your mind and you're not too concerned about the chords underneath? Okay, and is there another scat solo around it? And what about you? What are you thinking?
I just kind of listen to like the chords, and I kind of just choose what notes fit in with the chords that he's playing.
Okay. Great, great. That was good. Could we go with the scat solo, the first one?
This is like you can measure 7. This is tennis. Yeah, this is kind of measure 7.
So let me see if I can find it.
We go back to measure 7.
Okay. So it's measure 7 is the, oh, I see. So here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, go.
There's a weeping old willow, he really knows how to cry. That's how I cry my pillow. If you should tell me farewell and goodbye, lullaby a bird and whisper low, kiss me sweet, and we'll go flying, flying bird, high in the sky above. All because we're so in love.
So you want to come and do your thing? Yeah, it was great. So Dr. Richards, can you jump in here and do some stuff with them? Can you jump in here and do some stuff with them? I'm sure you're hearing some things I'm not.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I agree with everything you said, so. Okay, yes, really love your performance. Beautiful, beautiful, beautifully balanced, great blend. I'll tell you, I do like the idea of the hand stamps. One, it helps the sense of time, and two, within the group, there is a visual element that's happening, but how can I put this? Some of us are more committed to it than others, gentlemen. So some of us are, I mean, without being extravagant, some of us are having fun, and and others are a little more. Hi, I'm from Century 21 Real Estate. So I wish we could all. I think the snapping might help us loosen up there. Yeah, I agree with everything that Dr. H said. Oh, the one thing I was going to ask is, have you noticed that a lot of jazz tunes tend to kind of parse themselves out? They tend to, if you analyze them, they go into 8-bar phrases, and those 8-bar phrases break up into 2 4-bar pieces. So, if it's possible, can we try? I think it makes the musical story a little more compelling if we acknowledge that in our phrasing and breathing. For example, on Lullaby of Birdland, I think this is what I heard. Lullaby of Birdland, that's what I always did. You know what I mean? Is there any possibility we could try to, without being obvious about it, take a big breath and sit and breathe after the 4th bar? Lullaby of Birdland, that's what I always do. Whatever, breathe. Right? I think it makes the sentences a little more interesting. So can we shoot for 4-bar phrasing? Could we try right there at 7? 1, 2, I can think.
Lullaby Birdland, that's what I always hear when you sigh.
It's sounding so good. phrase, right? Sustain the phrase, sustain the phrase. And also, one thing we can do, if you listen to great professional vocal jazz groups like New York Voices, or has anybody ever heard of a group from back in the day called Singers Unlimited? If you haven't, check them out. I guarantee that's where this, well, I think a lot of this vocal jazz stuff really caught on. One of the things that they would do in a syncopated figure is give any kind of upbeat, they'd give it a little bit of a diaphragmatic push. So, lullaby, I'm a trombone player, don't judge my voice. Lullaby of birdland, that's what I always did. When you know what I mean? A little bit of that. Could we try it? Okay, 7, please. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Lullaby of birdland, that's what I always hear. When you sigh, never heard a word. Every voice still be good. In a phrase how I feel. Have you ever heard two turtle doves, Bill and Coo, when they love, that's a kind of.
Do we have to breathe after Coo? Is there anything going on? In fact, I see a crescendo. Have you ever heard two turtle doves, Bill and Coo? That's what I see. And if you did, I think it sounds great. We'll do that, and then we'll relocate to the clinic. All right, here we go. 17. Oh, I feel pretty. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 2, 3, and.
Have you ever heard two turtle doves, Bill and Coo, when they love? That's the kind of magic music we make with our lips when we kiss.
Okay. You guys have put in so much work. When you combine that with your talent and your teaching, you have done a lot of. This music is really sounding good. But now, it's here. But now to get from here to here is where all these nitpicky details come. And if you've been involved with music long enough, you know that sometimes the journey to get from here to here, it takes as much time to get from here to here to get that polished or nitpicky stuff. But that's what makes it sound fantastic. And we will talk more about that in the clinic. Give it this fantastic group from Sean.
Can we go this way?
I'll see you over there.
Thank you.
Make sure that I don't not do that.
Hello, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. My name is Blaze and I'm a sophomore here at the music program at Casper College. Our final group for this afternoon is Shades of Purple under the direction of Miss Mandy Steele. For those of you joining us in the hall, we are so glad you are here. We do want to remind you to keep 6 feet between parties when you're here in the hall and out in the atrium. We'd also like to invite everyone to come and join our performance of the All-State Jazz Choir under the direction of Mr. Brennan Baglio tonight at 5:30. Welcome also to anyone joining our live streams on YouTube or Instagram. We will be streaming all of the student performances live for all 3 days of the festival. Visit CasperCollegeJazz.com for the complete schedule. Again, welcome to Casper College and the Kinser Jazz Festival. Please enjoy Shades of Purple.
Thank you. We are so thrilled to be here. And it's not blizzarding like last year, so that's great. So our first song will be I Got the Sun in the Morning, featuring soloist Savannah Shippey on mic 9. Keely Marker on mic 7. Brenton Lucas
On mic 13.
Lily Fritz on mic 14. And Hayden Steele on mic 6. Thank you.
Taking stock of what I have and what I haven't, what do I find? The things I have will keep me satisfied. Checking up on what I have and what I haven't. What do I find? A healthy balance on the credit side. I think I'm a lucky girl. The sun in the morning and the moon at night.
Got no bitches, got no yes. Still unhappy with what I've got.
The sun in the morning and the moon at night. Sunshine gives me a lovely day. Moonlight gives me a Milky Way. Got no tempers, got no face. Still I'd like to express my thanks. I got the sun in the morning.
featuring soloist Gabby Tracy on mic 8 and Colton Liker.
On mic 11.
Restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I say that I had spring fever, but I know it isn't spring.
Nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring?
I keep wishing I were walking down a strange new street. Oh, hearing words that I have never heard from someone I've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing. But I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring. Spring. It might as well be spring.
Thank you. Our final piece for you will be Blue Skies. That's everybody's favorite. It will feature soloists Chloe Dixon on mic 10 and Josh Knudsen.
On microphone number 12.
Blue skies, sun and me, nothing but blue skies do I see. Blue birds singing a song, nothing but blue birds all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Wishing the days hurrying by. When you're in love, you really fly.
Guys, how are you? Hello again.
Great.
Hello again. Shades of purple. And you're wearing purple. I get it. I'm David from campus, University of Nebraska. Hello. Seen some of you before. Nice job. This is a good group. Fun tunes, good literature. We could really work on any of these. We'll just do a short clinic here, and then you go off stage and have more time with Tracy. Can we just start? I got the sun in the morning. Actually, we don't need to hear the solos at the top. Let's go right where the tempo kicks in. So this is like 16. We start at 16. Can we just count them in? Set up a slightly more solid framework for this. In this swing style, you guys have got these quarter notes, right? Bass is playing quarter notes almost entirely, and drums, you've got the pad on the ride cymbal. Could I ask you to simplify your ride cymbal to just quarter notes, and you two really concentrate on locking in, driving those quarter notes? I just want to hear just drive it forward. Can I hear just the two of you where the time starts and just hear that? You don't have to play any other drums, just the ride cymbal. Okay? 1, 2, quarter notes, here we go. Yeah, that's already feeling a lot better. I feel like bass, you're rushing ahead just a little bit. You could lay it back. You might even like turn and look at him. When I played a big band in college, the bassist and drummer were like always on each other about this, and the bass player would actually like turn to the drummer and like look at his ride cymbal, and the drummer would like look at the bass player's fingers, and they would just be so honed in on it, and it always drove it so well. Let's hear it one more time. See how together we can lock those quarters in. 1, 2, 3, 4. right at 16. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
Got no pension, got no way out. Still I'm happy with what I've got.
The sun in the morning and the moon at night.
I like that more already. The more comfortable you get with that, the more you can start to get away from it. You can add in do, if you want to. You can go back to the dang, dang, dang sometimes. But that's the foundation of our rhythm section. Does that feel better, singers? You feel a difference? That, to my ears, that makes a big difference. Now, let's hear the singers along with no rhythm section. See how we're doing. Ready at A? Yeah. That's weird. There's a tie. Or you wrote the tie. Okay, whatever. Letter A. Singers along. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Got no diamond, got no pearl, still I think I'm a lucky girl.
I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
Pretty good, pretty good. Can we snap on 2 and 4? I think that'll help you guys lock in with the rhythm a little more. 1, 2, your middle C. 1, 2, same place, here we go.
Got no diamond, got no pearl, still I think I'm a lucky girl.
I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
Got no mansion, got no way out. Still I'm happy with what I've got.
I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
2 tenors and 3 basses.
Yeah, dude. Sorry, that was kind of.
Okay. Tenors, there are some spots in all these tunes where I'm losing the tenor line a little bit, so it might be a note-learning issue or it might be a balance issue, but that's just something to keep an eye on. So like right here, as we move on that E flat, really try and find that missing spot on the chord because that's super important to make the chord lock in. Everybody though rhythmically in that spot can do more to be right on it because we were really kind of sloppy on the entrance of both of those. Still I think I'm a lucky girl. I got the. Can we be faster on that? Right, do it together. Just speak your rhythm at A. Got no diamond. 1, 2, 3.
Got no diamond, got no pearl,
Here we go.
still I think I'm a lucky girl.
I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
Good. Don't explode the T at the end of at. I heard this on some other places too. In concert choir, you might say at night, or if you're doing art songs. But in jazz, we want to pronounce the words exactly the way you say them in casual conversation. In the board in your room where you rehearse, I would write in huge letters, casual conversation. Moon at night. You just say the moon at night. You don't say the moon at night. That's really awkward, right? So sing it that way. Sun in the morning and the moon at night. And I think in general we can bring it down 1 notch in like the intensity. You guys are bringing kind of a blasty quality to this that maybe towards the end we want to bring in like a shout chorus kind of vibe. But this is early in the chart. This is the first 4 part section we've had. Just relax and deliberate. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Can you just make it cooler, a little warmer and a little cooler? Sing it A. Add the rhythm section back in. Bass, would you turn down just like 1 or 2 notches volume-wise? Here we go. Letter A. 1, 2, starting with the solo.
Got no diamond, got no pearl, still I think I'm a lucky girl.
I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
No message, got no way out. Still I'm happy with what I've got.
I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
Yeah, man, that feels so much better to me. You feel the difference? You just went from kind of accurate and stiff to like super cool and relaxed. That's one of the best adjustments I've heard a group make today from a comment I gave. Like you just did exactly what I was asking for. That makes me so happy and it sounds awesome. It's better when you relax it, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. I don't know how much time we have left, so let's skip to the middle one. It might as well be spring. Did you conduct this? Did you come out and conduct? I don't remember. Have you tried it without the conducting? Wow.
It's been a journey.
Sure, yes.
I wanted them to be able to get to the point where I didn't have to conduct
Gotcha,
it, but
yeah.
they're,
Cool.
which was fun.
I think you're exactly on the right idea. I think that's a good end goal, but obviously, depending on how much rehearsal time you've had, and these are weird times, like my group has to stand really far apart from this thing right now, so this is not the worst time to have some conducting going on. But, what I want to hear here is, where to go? Can we start at letter B, I keep wishing? You can come conduct them if you want, if they need it.
No.
We don't need it. About like that? Here we go. Ready, and.
I keep wishing I were somewhere else, walking down a strange new street. Oh, hearing words that I have never heard from someone I yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams.
Yeah, okay. That is, I said it to the tape when you sang it, that is such a lovely moment when everything drops out. And the score does, I guess it says optional solo. I'm so glad you made that a solo, because that's such an effective moment to go from the full group really kind of going for it to just one voice. I think the thing that would make that moment even more powerful is if you take way more time with it. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. Like really milk that moment because it's so cool that everything's dropped out and then we just have one voice. It's like somebody pulled the rug out from under us. And then you're all going to come back in and then we kind of go back into the tempo. Can we try that? Can we go for right at 23, hearing words? Faces, hearing, and.
Hearing words that I have never heard.
Here we go.
Hearing words that I have never heard from someone I get to I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy.
That's right. So take even more time at the end, and then come back in. Oh, you're really nice. You're really nice. My thought on this tune is that once you got to letter B, the spot we just started, you were singing with like a really well-supported sound. But before that, I felt like you were really hesitant and tentative. So I told this to a bunch of groups today. Make sure that quiet isn't windy. Quiet is still totally supported. Take a deep breath. You make a strong sound even when the dynamic is low and it's quiet. The tone doesn't really change. And don't think about words like soft. Think about words like, I guess, quiet, but still very supported and very full. Can we just sing the very beginning with that same fullness that you were just singing at from the top? Ready? Lou? There we go. Yeah.
I'm as restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I say that I had spring fever.
Yeah, good. Tyler, I'm hearing notes that I didn't hear before, so I don't know if you're finding them now that you were before, or if it was just a balance thing with the mic, but either way, I like what I'm hearing, so keep that up. Thanks. There are just a couple awkward moments, not that it's your fault, like the arrangement kind of sets you up for it to feel awkward, so you have to be kind of like extra careful to smooth things over. Spring fever. That's awkward to me. Like spring is such an important and expressive syllable in that line, and it only gets an eighth note. Spring fever. That's really awkward to me. So I think I think the solution here is to play with the tempo a little bit. Have spring fever, something like that. I don't know. You can mess with it, but don't feel beholden to the rhythms and exactly what the chart says in this style of music. As you know, because you guys are like altering those solo lines in a great way. Almost every time, every single person that I've notated solo is playing around with the notes and the time, and that's great. So I think you can apply that in a larger sense to the arrangement itself too. If something feels awkward, just change it, just make it work. When groups do that to my charts, it does not bother me. I want you to feel like it works. So I hope I make it stressful. Really a nice job for you guys. There are a lot of really good things happening here. I got to be more specific on the tape. You're no longer clinic now, so hopefully this has been a good experience. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great. Thanks so much. See you guys. Thanks for having us.
They're gonna come in and do some adjusting. Not yet, no. Sorry, what's that? All fit group is gonna come in. So let's break this. Solo mics. I'll see if they're.
Yeah, they have to.
Didn't the ship say that it was moving like
Yeah, she said that. But they're not actually performing. It's like that. It's
Oh, so I didn't know that actually. So one of the Jazz Fest counts as a condo? Okay. So I have stuff to do after 5:45 or so, 6-ish on the plane. Somehow, how is that? Haven't tried that. I'm not gonna actually try that just because.
Did you say she was coming in there?
I would wait maybe a few minutes to see.
Okay, so it's basically sound check.
Kind of, because they already did their stuff. This is just.
This is your setup.
Because once that's over, then.
Okay, got it.
That's the annoying part with the masks. You can't actually see the face.
So in that case, you want to turn this in and turn the picture. So by snap a photo of
Yeah, because you worked the festival, so you're listening to performances all day.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. My name is Dr. Joshua Metz, and I am the Executive Director of the Kinser Jazz Festival here. On behalf of Casper College, we're very glad to welcome you to the 54th Annual Kinser Jazz Festival. Tonight, we have a special feature for you. We have the Wyoming All-State Jazz Choir, and they've worked very hard over the last couple days, and we're really glad to have them here. We have to do a couple thank yous here before we get rolling. So first and foremost, we have to thank the Casper College Foundation. Without their support, none of this would be possible. We'd like to thank the Wyoming Symphony, the Hill Music Company, the Wyoming Arts Council, the Natrona County Schools, Art Corps, the Clarion Inn, Rocky Mountain Power, Wyoming jazz educators, particularly LaDonna Bachman, who's done just an incredible job in organizing this group. Can we give her a big hand before we get going ahead? It's always a pleasure for us to host the All-State groups, and they just do such great work, and we're very happy to have them here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about their director. So tonight they're going to be directed by Brennan Baglio, who's a freelance singer, clinician, and audio engineer residing in the greater Seattle area. Brennan previously directed the Jazz Voice program at the University of Northern Colorado and was on the faculty at Northwest College in Powell. Groups under Brennan's direction have been featured at various conferences, including the Jazz Education Network, and have also been recognized in Downbeat magazine. Brennan was the baritone and tour manager in the professional vocal jazz septet Groove for Thought. With Groove for Thought, he has had the opportunity to perform on NBC's The Sing Off. They opened for Jay Leno, and they perform at jazz festivals throughout the United States, Canada, and Europe. As a clinician and adjudicator, Brennan regularly performs at state and national conferences and conducts all state ensembles throughout the country. In addition to teaching and performing, Brennan maintains a busy schedule as a studio singer, producer, and mixer, and arranger. He's quite a busy guy. Anyway, would you guys please help me give a big warm Casper welcome to Brennan Baglio and the Wyoming Jazz Choir.
Together.
thank you very much. What a great pleasure it is to be here in Casper and working with these fine musicians and seeing actual human beings in person in an auditorium and musicians making music on stage. It's really just a privilege. I want to take a moment to introduce our combo, who you heard at the top play Blues in the Closet. That's an Oscar Pettiford tune. And let's see here, we have on bass, Lindsay Peterson. On guitar, we have Sage Palser. On piano, Mead Stubson. And on drums, Tristan Thompson. That first tune that you heard the choir sing was a Rosanna Eckert arrangement of standard called Let's Live Again. And you heard from a duet with Jalen and Rafe, and then a quartet with Savannah, Tate, Zane, and Branton, and some improv with Rafe and Mead on piano. We're going to continue with not a jazz standard. We're going to continue with a Sting tune. This is called It's Probably Me. This is arranged by a fabulous vocal jazz arranger by the name of Amanda Taylor. And you're going to hear from a few soloists on this. You're going to hear from Connor and Dominic on lyric solos and some improvisation by Danica. So this is It's Probably Me.
Night is cold, the stars look down, and you hug yourself on the cold, cold ground. You wake up in the morning in a stranger's coat, but no one would you see. You ask yourself, who'd watch for me, my only friend? Who could it be? It's hard to say it, I hate to say it, it's probably me. When your belly is empty, and the hunger's so real, when you're too proud to beg, and you're too dumb to steal, you search the city for your only friend. No one would you see. Ask yourself, who could it be? The solitary voice is loud and set me free. It's hard to say it, I hate to say it, it's probably me. It's hard to say it, I hate to say it, it's probably me. I ever got to know all those folks that I'm feeling show. People say I should let you go your way. You only make me cry. There's one God, one God. But they never like you to die. Probably me.
voice that comes to your defense. And the jury's out, and your eyes search the room.
One friendly face is all you need to see.
There's one God, one guy who would lay down his life for you and I. I hate to say it, it's tough to dream it. I hate to say it, it's probably me. It's hard to say it, I hate to say it, it's probably me. Whoa, it's hard to say, hate to hate. It's probably me. It's probably me. It's probably me. How do you separate the present from the past? How do you deal with all the things you thought would last? That didn't last. With bits of memories scattered here and there, I look around and don't know where to start.
Which books are yours? Which tapes and dreams belong to you? And which are mine? Our lives are tangled like the branches of a vine that intertwine.
Yesterdays will have to tear apart. One day there'll be a song or something in the air again to catch me by surprise, and you'll be there again.
Oh, romantic, what might have been? Where do you allow yourself a little time to cry? Or do you close your eyes and kiss it all goodbye? I guess you try. in love again. I promise there will always be a little place no one can see, a tiny pond deep in my heart. That stays in love.
That was a beautiful ballad arranged by Dave Bardoon called Where Do You Start? And you heard from Paige on the solo on that. You know, when you walk into these kinds of environments, all-state choirs, honor groups, you never quite know what to expect. You get the whole gamut. Sometimes you get really super prepared, kind of prepared, not prepared at all. I mean, you get all kinds of things, right? And then you have 2.5 days or 3 days or whatever it is to put something together and go out and have a concert. And I just want to speak for a moment to the level of preparedness of these fine young musicians. The fact that they're standing up here completely memorized. We had rehearsal yesterday and today and a tiny rehearsal on Sunday night. The fact that they're memorized up here and they're performing at this caliber after such a short period of time is a testament to their level of preparedness and to their teachers for helping them get prepared on this. So please help me thank these students and these wonderful teachers in this room for getting these folks so prepared. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Donna Backman for all the work putting this together that she did. She's the vocal chair for WJE, and she helped facilitate part checks with these guys and set up all the travel for myself and just all working with Casper College for the facilities and all kinds of things that go on behind the scenes. So help me thank her and everybody at WJE for continuing to put this on and for all the work that they do. I also want to be sure to thank Casper College, the Kinser Jazz Festival, Dr. Metz, Dr. Bremen, everybody else involved, all the student volunteers. We get to enjoy this beautiful facility, hear some great music. There's wonderful clinicians that are here that are joining us tonight, but I know your groups have had the great pleasure of working with. So thank you for all that you do to put together a wonderful 3-day event during a pandemic, no less. Incredibly impressive, and just thank you so much for your efforts. Last but certainly not least, I want to make sure to introduce each of these fine singers. I've introduced some of those that have soloed, but I want to go through and introduce them each because they have just been such a joy to work with. You know, I've not had the opportunity to be in front of musicians in any kind of rehearsal environment since March, and so this is really an incredible pleasure and blessing, and I count myself very fortunate to be here and working with some of the finest young singers that Wyoming has to offer. So I want to make sure to introduce all of these folks. So bear with me as I go down the line here. In soprano, we have Paige Giel, Savannah Hatch, Lindsay Sharp, and Emma Brown. In our alto section, we have Olivia Hatch, Jalen Birch, Danica Boyce, Kiana Horson, Tate Bateman, and Hadley Blackwell. For tenors, we have Rafe Tolman, Zane Myers, and Connor Furtig, and Ethan Riffey. And finally, in our bass section, we have Brandon Williams, Dominic Singleton, and Andrew Munoz. We have just one more piece to close out the evening for you. Thank you so much for being here and supporting these wonderful singers and their efforts. And again, thank you, all of you, for the amazing work that you did over the past 3 days. I will carry this memory with me for a long time. It was really a special couple of days, so thank you. We're going to close out our program with a Rosanna Eckert composition and arrangement called For Elizabeth. You're going to hear from Kiana on the lyric solo up front and some improvisation by Paige and Jalen. So thank you again, and enjoy For Elizabeth.
The darkness, stars in the heavens see a new light. The luminescence of the heart brings the star of a new day. In a season of silence, hoping to hear the sound of glory, the invitation of the holy God brings our way. Waking with the hope that it's come alive, and to know it is real. There is sunshine, lighting the way into a new time, a destination of our own, not alone on this new day. Waking with the hope that has come alive, that you know it is real. There is sunshine, lighting the way to a new time, a destination of our own, not alone on this new day. Not alone on this new day. It's a new day. Oh, and sing a song and laugh your cares away. Open your heart, open your heart to love and live your dreams today. Rise up and sing a song and laugh your cares away. Open your heart to love and live your dreams today. Rise up and sing a song and laugh your cares away. Open your heart to love and live your dreams today. Rise up and sing a song and live your dreams today.
still know the alto